settle in. There is nothing to solve tonight, nothing to decide. You can let your hands go loose and let the weight of your body be taken by the bed underneath you, which is doing that anyway, whether you allow it or not. Tonight, we are going to talk about a mask. Not a mask anyone chose to wear. A mask that arrived slowly, the way weather arrives. A mask made of small, reasonable decisions, each one sensible on the day it was made. Say the polite thing. Do not mention the tiredness. Be the steady one. Be the funny one. Be the one who does not need anything. Carl Jung had a word for it. He called it the persona. The word is old. In the theatres of the ancient world, an actor held a carved face in front of his own, so that the crowd at the back could see who he was meant to be. Persona was the name of that carved face. It was never meant to be an insult. It was equipment. It was how the play could be understood from a distance. Jung took that word and gave it back to us, and he meant something very close to the original. The persona, he said, is the face we turn toward the world. It is a compromise worked out over years between what we are and what the world will accept. Everyone has one. You cannot function without one. A person with no persona at all is not free. They are simply difficult to be near. So this is not going to be a story about tearing the mask off. That is the version told by people who have never tried it. Jung was more careful than that, and more kind. This is going to be a story about what happens when the mask stops coming off, when the face you built for the office is still on your face in the kitchen, when the steadiness you perform for your family is still running at 11 at night in the dark with nobody watching, when you find yourself alone in a room and realize you are still holding the expression. That is the thing Jung was actually worried about. Not the mask, the forgetting. We have a long time tonight, 4 hours, 48 chapters. You will not hear most of them, and that is entirely the point. This is not a lecture you are meant to pass a test on. It is a long, quiet walk through one idea, and you are allowed to fall out of it at any moment. I will keep my voice low. I will not startle you. There is no music that swells, no sudden emphasis, no moment where I raise my voice to make sure you are still listening. If you drift at chapter 4 and wake at chapter 30, nothing was lost. The idea will still be there. It is a patient idea. Let us begin somewhere small. Chapter 1. The face you put on this morning. Think back to this morning, not to the whole day, just to the first time you spoke to another person. Perhaps it was someone in your house, perhaps it was a stranger, and the exchange was 4 words long. Somewhere in the half-second before you spoke, something happened. You arranged yourself. You chose a pitch for your voice, slightly higher or slightly warmer than the voice in your head. You set your face. If you were tired, you decided how much of the tiredness to show, and the answer was almost certainly less than all of it. None of that was dishonest. That is the first thing to understand, and we will keep returning to it, because everything else depends on getting this part right. That small arrangement is not a lie. It is a courtesy. It is the same instinct that makes you wipe your feet before entering someone's house. The world is full of other people who are carrying their own weight, and offering them the unfiltered whole of your interior state is not honesty. Most of the time, it is just a burden handed over without asking. Jung understood this. He did not treat the persona as a moral failure. He treated it as a necessary organ, like skin. Skin is not the real you either. Skin is the negotiated border between the inside and the weather. Nobody accuses their skin of being fake. So the persona begins as an act of competence. You learn, quite young, that certain versions of you are met with warmth and certain versions are met with a cooling in the room. You are not calculating when you learn this. You are 3 years old, or 7, and you are simply reading the temperature the way anyone reads temperature. And you adapt. You bring forward the parts that are welcomed. You quietly set down the parts that are not. Here is the part worth sitting with tonight. You did not set those parts down forever. You set them down nearby. They did not leave the house. They went into the next room and waited, and they have been waiting the entire time. And some nights, very late, you can hear them moving around in there. But that is chapter 25. We are a long way from chapter 25. For now, just notice the arrangement. This morning, before your first sentence, you reached for something and put it on. And then you wore it all day. Chapter 2, Jung's actual definition. Let me give you the idea properly, because it is often repeated badly. Jung wrote about the persona in a book called 2 Essays on Analytical Psychology, published in the 1920s. There is a section in it with a title that sounds dry and is not: the persona as a segment of the collective psyche. That phrase is doing careful work. Notice that he does not say the persona is a segment of you. He says it is a segment of the collective psyche. It belongs, in a sense, to everyone. It is made of shared material. Think about what a persona is actually built from. A tone of voice you heard someone else use and found effective. A way of standing that you absorbed from a person you admired at 19. A set of phrases your profession hands out to everyone who enters it. The particular laugh you use in meetings, which is not the laugh you use with an old friend. None of that is original to you. All of it is borrowed. That is not a criticism. Language is borrowed too, and language is how you think. Jung's definition, then, is roughly this. The persona is a compromise formation between the demands of the environment and the needs of the individual constitution. It is what you and the world agreed on. And because it is an agreement, it has 2 signatories. The world put its requirements in. You put yours in. What came out is a workable arrangement that lets you move through a shop, a workplace, a family dinner without constant friction. Now, hold that word. Agreement. Every agreement can be revisited. That is what makes it an agreement and not a sentence. The trouble Jung described begins at the exact moment a person stops experiencing it as an agreement and starts experiencing it as a fact about themselves. The mask is fine. The mask is useful. The mask is not the problem. The problem is when you can no longer remember signing anything. Chapter 3. The 3-year-old at the top of the stairs. Every persona has a beginning, and the beginning is almost always smaller than you expect. Picture a child at the top of a staircase. It is late. Downstairs, there are adult voices, and the voices are not happy, and the child does not understand the content, but understands the temperature exactly. The child works something out. It is not a thought in words. It is closer to a discovery about physics. It goes something like this. If I am no trouble, the temperature goes down. That is the seed. It might be a different seed for you. If I am funny, the room turns toward me. If I am excellent, I am safe. If I am useful, I am kept. If I need nothing, nobody leaves. These are not neuroses. They are solutions. That is what makes them so durable. A neurosis you would eventually question. A solution that worked, you keep. And it did work. That is the honest and slightly uncomfortable part. Whatever you built because it functioned. The funny one really did lighten rooms. The competent one really was relied upon. The one who needed nothing really did become indispensable. You were rewarded repeatedly for decades. Jung's insight was not that these adaptations were wrong, it was that they were partial. A 3-year-old or a 9-year-old solving the problem of one particular household is not designing a life. They are designing a way to get through Tuesday, and the design is brilliant for Tuesday. But then Tuesday ends, and you carry the design into a marriage, into a career, into your 50s. And nobody ever tells you that the design has an expiry date, because from the outside, it never looks like it is failing. From the outside, it looks like character. That is what makes it so hard to see. Nobody intervenes when a strategy is working. Chapter 4. Why the mask is not the villain. I want to spend a whole chapter defending the mask, because most of what you have heard about this is too simple, and the simple version does damage. There is a popular idea that goes like this: the mask is false, the true self is underneath, and health means ripping the mask away and finally being real. Jung did not think that. Jung thought that was dangerous. Here is why. A persona is not only a performance for others, it is also a container. It holds you together in situations that would otherwise flood you. When you sit in a difficult meeting and your voice stays level, the level voice is not a betrayal of your true feeling, it is a structure that lets you keep functioning while the feeling passes through. Take that structure away entirely and you do not get authenticity. You get someone who cannot hold a job, cannot be depended on, and who mistakes every passing state for a truth that must be announced. Jung had seen what happens when the persona collapses without anything to replace it. It is not liberation, it is closer to being blown open. So the goal was never removal, the goal was a change of relationship. The difference is the difference between wearing a coat and being a coat. A coat you can wear all day and it protects you, but you have to be able to hang it by the door. The question Jung would ask is not, are you wearing a mask? Everyone is. The question is, do you know where the door is, and does the coat still come off when you get there? Some nights, the answer is no. Some years, the answer is no. And the strange thing, the thing that makes this so quiet and so hard to notice, is that nothing appears to be wrong during those years. You are still functioning. Possibly, you are functioning better than ever. Chapter 5. The word identification. Jung had a specific word for the trouble, and it is worth learning, because once you have it, you will see the thing clearly. The word is identification. To identify with the persona means to stop being someone who has a role and become someone who is the role. Watch how ordinary the sentences are when this happens. I am not the kind of person who complains. I am the strong one in this family. I do not really get tired. That is just who I am. Every one of those sentences is a description of a mask being reported as a fact of nature. And notice how reasonable they sound. Notice that you could say any of them at a dinner table and nobody would look up. Jung's observation was that the person saying these things is not lying and is not aware of anything unusual. From the inside, identification does not feel like pretending. It feels like knowing yourself. It feels like maturity. It often is described by the person themselves as being grounded. But something has quietly gone missing. If you are the strong one, you cannot be weak, ever, without ceasing to exist. If you do not get tired, then the tiredness that is obviously happening in your body has nowhere to go, and so it goes underground. That is the cost. Not that the mask is worn, that the mask has become load-bearing. Take a slow breath here. You do not have to test yourself against any of this tonight. I am only laying it out the way you might lay out tools on a cloth before deciding whether to pick any of them up. Nothing needs picking up tonight. Chapter 6. What the world pays for. Consider how thoroughly the world rewards a well-built persona. Promotions are not given for interior richness. They are given for reliability, for presenting well, for being the person others can predict. Every one of those is a persona quality. This is not corruption, it is just how large groups of humans coordinate. You cannot run a hospital on people's inner lives. You run it on their roles. And so a very particular pressure builds over a working life. The parts of you that are visible get exercised daily for 30 or 40 years and grow enormously strong. The parts that are not required simply do not get used. Think of a hand that has gripped a tool every day since you were 22. It becomes shaped by the tool. That shaping is skill. It is also a narrowing. Jung noticed that the most successful people were often the most at risk here, and this is one of his less comfortable observations. The person whose persona failed early gets a crisis at 30 and is forced to look at it. The person whose persona worked beautifully gets no crisis at all. They get applause. They get another decade. The bill still arrives. It just arrives later, and by then far more has been built on top of the arrangement. There is no villain in this. Nobody did this to you. The world simply paid for one part of you, consistently and generously, and did not ask about the rest. And 40 years is a long time to be paid for one thing. So the other parts went quiet. Not gone, quiet. And a quiet thing in a house is very easy to live with, right up until the house goes quiet too, which is what happens at night. Chapter 7. The professional face. A job does not only give you work, it gives you a face to do the work with. This happens on the first day, and almost nobody notices it happening. You arrive somewhere new. You do not know how to be there yet. So you watch. You watch how the senior people answer the phone. You watch which parts of a sentence they leave out. You notice that nobody in this building says they are unsure. They say they will look into it. You notice that nobody says a plan is bad. They say there are some concerns. Within a few weeks, you are saying it too. That is not weakness. That is competence arriving. Every profession is partly a language, and you cannot do the work until you can speak it. A nurse learns to say the patient is comfortable. A builder learns to say it can be done, but a teacher learns a particular calm sentence that ends a conversation without ending it badly. Jung's phrasing for the persona, that it is a segment of the collective psyche, is very literal here. The professional face is not yours. It was there before you arrived, and it will be there after you leave. You put it on the way you put on the uniform, or the lanyard, or the particular shoes. And then something else comes with it, which is harder to see because it lives in the body. A posture. Think of the people you have worked near for years. You could probably identify several of them from across a car park by the way they walk, not by their faces, by the carriage. There is a way of standing that belongs to someone who has spent 30 years being the person others come to with problems. The shoulders go slightly back. The chin comes level. The hands find something to do so they do not fidget. Nobody taught that. It was absorbed, one meeting at a time. Here is what makes the professional persona different from the others and worth its own chapter. It has an audience that never leaves. A friendship has quiet stretches. A marriage has whole evenings where nobody is performing anything. But a working life, for most people, is 35 or 40 years of being observed by people who are also assessing you, gently, continuously, without malice. Your reliability is being tracked. Your steadiness is being counted on. And a face that is worn under observation for that long stops being a thing you put on and becomes a thing you maintain. You can hear it in the way people talk about themselves after retirement. There is a particular kind of unsteadiness that arrives when the job stops. It is often described as boredom or as missing the people, and sometimes it is those things, but underneath there is something more structural. The face had a purpose. The purpose stopped, and the face is still there, sitting on the front of a person with nothing to point it at. Jung wrote an essay called The Stages of Life, and one of the things he was circling in it was exactly this. The equipment that carries you through the first half of a life is not the equipment for the second half. The building of a career, a position, a competence, all of that requires a strong outward face. It requires you to become someone specific and legible and useful. And it works. And then it keeps working. And then, some years later, it is still there, working long after the situation that required it has quietly changed shape. Notice tonight that none of this requires anyone to be dishonest. The man who cannot stop being the person who fixes things is not lying. He genuinely does fix things. He has fixed things for 4 decades, and people are alive and well because of it. The face is accurate. That is precisely what makes it so difficult to hang by the door. You do not question a tool that has never once failed you. So the work face comes home. It answers the phone at 7 in the evening in the same voice it used at 2 in the afternoon. It handles a family disagreement with the same technique it would use in a meeting, which is to say, competently and slightly from a distance. And everyone in the house has adapted to it. They know that voice. They know what it means and what it does not permit. It is not that anyone objects. It is that after long enough, nobody remembers what the other voice sounded like, including the person it belongs to. Chapter 8. The role assigned before you could speak. Long before any job hands you a face, a family hands you one. And a family does not interview you first. Roles get distributed in a household the way seats get distributed at a table. Somebody sits down early, and after a while that is simply where they sit, and if they sit somewhere else one evening, the whole room notices. There are usually only a few roles available. The responsible one, the easy one, the bright one, the difficult one, the one who is like their father. Sometimes there is a funny one. Sometimes there is a fragile one. You did not apply. You were assigned, often before you could form a full sentence, on the basis of very thin evidence. Consider how thin. A baby who sleeps through the night is called easy by exhausted adults who mean it as pure relief. A toddler who cries at the door of a nursery is called sensitive, then shy, then later, less kindly, difficult. A 4-year-old who happens to learn letters early becomes the bright one, and a sibling standing 2 feet away watching this happen becomes something else by subtraction. None of these are lies, that is the thing. Each one started with a real observation on a real Tuesday. What happens next is the part Jung was interested in. The family begins to need the role to stay put. Not consciously. A family is a system, and systems seek balance. If one child is the difficult one, the others are relieved of that job. If one child is the responsible one, the adults can put a small amount of weight down. Everyone quietly benefits from the arrangement, and so the arrangement is maintained. In 100 tiny ways, nobody would ever call maintenance. A story gets told at a dinner about the time you did the responsible thing, aged 9. It gets told again the following year. It gets told at your wedding. Each telling is affectionate. Each telling is also a set of instructions. And you performed to it, because children perform to the story they are in. If the story says you are the capable one, then arriving home visibly struggling is not just hard, it is off script. It confuses people. It makes them look at you strangely. And a child will do a great deal to avoid being looked at strangely by the people who feed them. Now here is the durable part. The part that reaches all the way to the bed you are lying in tonight. The role outlives the family that issued it. The house is sold. The parents age or are gone. The siblings live in other cities and you speak twice a year. The system that needed you to be the responsible one dissolved decades ago. The role kept going. It went to work with you and made you the person who stays late. It came into your marriage and made you the one who notices what needs doing before anyone says it. It sat in hospital waiting rooms and stayed calm while other people cried. It is still, at this hour, quietly checking whether everything is handled. You can see this most clearly when a family gathers again after many years. Adults in their 50s and 60s walk into a childhood house, and within about 40 minutes, everyone is back in position. The responsible one starts organizing. The difficult one starts being difficult, sometimes before anything has happened. The funny one is already deflecting. Nobody agreed to this. It is just that the room still has its old seating plan, and the plan is stronger than any of the individuals in it. People leave those gatherings unusually tired and often cannot say why. The reason is that they did not spend the afternoon being themselves at 58. They spent it being themselves at 11, using a set of responses designed for a household that no longer exists. Jung would not have called that a failure. He would have called it unconsciousness. The role was never examined because nothing ever forced it into the light. And a role that is never examined does not weaken with age. It simply gets older along with you and keeps its instructions and waits for the next family dinner. Chapter 9. The Cost of Being Easy. Of all the roles a family hands out, there is one that draws almost no attention, and that is exactly what makes it worth a chapter. The easy one. The child who was no trouble. Every family with more than one child tends to produce at least one. Often the household is under some pressure. Money, or illness, or a marriage that is going badly, or simply too much to do and not enough hours. In that setting, a child who does not add to the load becomes precious, and the child feels that. Not as a thought, as a temperature change. When I ask for less, the room warms slightly toward me. When I need nothing, I am praised in a way that lands deeper than praise for anything I actually did. Notice what is being rewarded there, not an achievement, an absence. The child is being thanked for the size of their footprint, and children are excellent at optimizing for what is rewarded. So the footprint gets smaller. This begins with genuinely small things. not mentioning that you were hungry, because dinner was clearly already a problem tonight, saying you did not mind which one when you did mind mildly, deciding that the thing that upset you at school was not big enough to bring home because there was already something bigger in the house. Each of those decisions is correct on the day it is made. That is the pattern we keep meeting. None of this is built out of mistakes. It is built out of accurate, small judgments repeated for 15 years. But something is being trained underneath. And it is not what you would expect. It is not that the person learns to hide their needs. It is that they lose the speed of noticing them. This is the part that is rarely described properly, so let me be slow about it. A need arrives in the body as a small signal, slight discomfort, a drop in warmth towards someone, a quiet reluctance about a plan. In most people, the signal comes up, gets noticed, and is available for use within a second or two. If you have spent a childhood filtering that signal before it reaches the surface, the filter does not stay a choice. It becomes part of the equipment. The signal still arrives, but it is intercepted so early and so automatically that by the time you are conscious of anything, the interception has already happened. So the adult version looks like this. Someone asks where you want to eat. And there is a genuine pause, and inside the pause there is nothing available. Not stubbornness, not politeness, actual blankness. And so you say you do not mind, and you are not lying, because at the moment of speaking you truly did not have access to a preference. The preference exists. It arrives about 40 minutes later in the car, usually as a faint disappointment you cannot justify and therefore do not mention. Multiply that by a few decades and you get a particular kind of person, and they are usually much loved. They are easy to be around. They do not create scenes. They accommodate. They are the person friends describe as lovely, without being able to say very much else, because there is not much surface friction to describe. And underneath, quietly, there is a growing archive of things that were felt slightly too late. Jung's language for this is worth borrowing. The persona of easiness is a compromise, and every compromise has terms. The terms here were generous to everyone else. The world got a person who asks for nothing. What the person got was safety, real safety. It should not be minimized. That child was protected by their smallness, and the protection was not imaginary. The bill arrives late, and it arrives in an odd currency. It arrives as difficulty answering simple questions. What do you want? What would you like? What would make this better for you? Those are not hard questions. Unless the equipment that answers them was set aside at 7 years old and has not been used since, and has grown stiff in the way anything grows stiff when it is stored. There is no accusation in any of this tonight, only a noticing. That easiness was a skill, and it was learned, and skills that are learned that early do not feel like skills. They feel like personality. Chapter 10, Borrowed Gestures. Here is an experiment you do not need to do, because thinking about it slowly is enough. Try to find one thing in your manner that is entirely your own. not a belief, not a memory, a mannerism. The way you say hello on the telephone, the way you sit down in a chair when you are tired, the specific sound you make when someone tells you something mildly disappointing. Follow any one of them backwards and you will almost always find a person. The telephone voice often belongs to a parent. Many people hear it come out of their own mouth in their 40s for the first time and go quiet for a second. The words are theirs, the cadence is inherited. The way you fold your arms while listening might come from a manager you had at 26 who seemed to understand things. You were not copying him. You were 19 or 26 and standing in a room with someone who appeared to know how to be a person, and something in you took notes without asking permission. Phrases are the easiest to trace. Most people carry a small number of set expressions that they did not invent, something a grandfather said about weather. A phrase for ending a difficult conversation that came from a first serious relationship. A word for a certain kind of foolishness that belongs entirely to a friend you have not seen in 20 years. This is what Jung meant by the persona belonging to the collective. It is not a poetic claim. It is a description of assembly. You were built out of available parts, and the parts were not chosen carefully. They were chosen by circumstance and by admiration, mostly during a fairly short window between about 14 and about 25, when a person is most porous and least aware of it. Consider what that means. A significant portion of how you present yourself was selected by someone who did not yet know very much, based on who happened to be standing nearby and seemed to be doing well. That is not a tragedy. It is simply the mechanism. There is no other mechanism available. A child cannot invent a way of being from nothing any more than they can invent a language from nothing. But it raises a question that is worth carrying, and it is not a question with an answer tonight. Where does the borrowing end? If the voice is borrowed, and the posture is borrowed, and the phrases are borrowed, and the profession supplied the vocabulary, and the family supplied the role, then what exactly is standing underneath all of it? This is the point where a certain kind of speaker gets dramatic and announces that there is nothing underneath, that the self is only a stack of imitations and there is no flaw. Jung did not think that, and it is worth saying clearly. His view was that there is something underneath, and that it is not a possession or a fixed object. It is closer to a direction. A particular way that a life keeps trying to go, which shows up not in your mannerisms, but in what you cannot stop returning to. The interests that survive every reinvention. The things that make you uncomfortable for reasons you cannot argue with. The subjects you find yourself reading about at 11 at night when nobody is watching and there is no advantage in it. Those are not borrowed. Those are the odd, unfashionable, inconvenient signals of something that was there before any of the borrowing started. The borrowed material sits on top. It is not fake. A house built from other people's bricks is still a house, and it still keeps rain off you. But it does help occasionally to remember that the bricks came from somewhere, that the tone of voice you use for authority was, at some point, a specific man in a specific room in a specific year, and he had his own problems, and he was borrowing it from someone too. There is something quieting about that rather than unsettling. Almost nobody is the original of anything. And the pressure to be entirely self-made, in manner as well as in fortune, was always a pressure to do something no human being has ever done. Chapter 11. The one who does not need anything. There is one persona that deserves particular attention, because it is the most rewarded and the most expensive. The person who does not need anything, you will recognize the shape of it. This is the person who is always available to help and never asks for help, who has a spare key to your house but has never once needed to use anyone else's, who handles their own difficulties privately and mentions them, if at all, some months later, in the past tense, briefly, with the ending already attached. From the outside, this looks like strength, and it genuinely contains strength. There is nothing false in the capability. This person really can carry a great deal. But look at how it forms. It usually begins the way most of these begin, with an accurate childhood observation that the adults were already at capacity. That asking produced strain or irritation, or a promise that did not arrive. Or, in gentler households, simply that being self-sufficient was the thing that got noticed and admired, and admiration is a strong current for a 9-year-old. So, a rule gets written. Needing is dangerous, or needing is undignified, or needing is what other people do. And then the world confirms it for 40 years. Because the world loves this persona, it really does. Self-sufficiency is rewarded in every setting a person moves through. Employers rely on it, friends are relieved by it. It asks nothing of anyone, and a person who asks nothing of anyone is universally welcome, which means there is no correction available. There is no moment where reality pushes back and says, "This is not working." Everything says it is working beautifully. Now here is the cost, and it is specific, and it is not about loneliness in the obvious sense. Intimacy does not run on shared enjoyment. It runs on asymmetry. Think about the people you feel genuinely close to. In almost every case, somewhere in the history of that relationship, there was a moment when one of you needed something and the other one provided it. Not a grand rescue, usually something small, a lift at an awkward hour, a conversation at the wrong time of night, someone sitting in a hospital corridor with you. That transaction is what makes closeness. Not the being fine together, the not being fine together. And the person who never needs anything has removed themselves from that exchange entirely. They give constantly. They are the first to arrive when someone else is in trouble, and they are extremely good at it. But the current only ever runs one way, and a current that only runs one way does not create a circuit. What that produces over decades is a very particular and very quiet situation. A person with many people in their life, all of whom are fond of them, none of whom have ever been let in. Not because they were shut out unkindly, because there was never an opening. And the strangest part, the part that is worth going to sleep on, is that this is often experienced by the person as being unloved. They notice that people do not check on them, that when they had a hard month, nobody rang, and it feels like proof of something bleak about human beings. But nobody rang because nothing in 40 years suggested there was anything to ring about. The persona was too good. It broadcast a complete and continuous message of being fine, and everyone believed it because it was delivered by someone who has never once given them a reason not to. Jung's phrase about the persona being a compromise between the individual and society applies here with unusual sharpness. Society got a permanently useful person. The individual got a life in which asking has become almost physically difficult, not emotionally difficult, physically. Ask such a person to name one thing they need from someone close to them and watch what happens in their shoulders. There is no instruction here. Nobody is going to become a different kind of person by hearing this described in the dark. That is not how any of it works, and anyone who tells you otherwise is selling something. It is only worth noticing that needing nothing was a solution to something, and that it worked, and that it is still running at this hour, faithfully, long after the household that required it was sold to strangers. Chapter 12. The day it stopped coming off, people expect this to arrive as a crisis. It almost never does. The story we are told about the mask involves a breaking point. A collapse in a car park. A moment of shouting after 20 years of not shouting. Something with a shape to it. Something with a before and an after. Something you could describe to someone later. That is not how it happens for most people. For most people, it is a Tuesday. Here is the version I have heard in various forms, and you can fit your own details to it. A man finishes work. The day was unremarkable. Nothing went badly. He walks to the car, gets in, closes the door, and does not start the engine immediately because there is no particular hurry and the quiet is pleasant. And then he notices something. He is still holding the expression, the pleasant, attentive, slightly encouraging arrangement of the face that he wears in the building. It is still on. There is nobody in the car park. Nobody is looking. The face has no audience and no function, and it is still there, being held by muscles that are apparently doing it without instruction. He lets it go, and the face that arrives underneath is not sad exactly. It is just enormously more tired than the one that was on top. And that is the whole event. There is no scene. Nobody finds out. He starts the engine 40 seconds later and drives home, and the evening is perfectly fine. But something has been noticed that cannot be entirely unnoticed, and it will come back at odd moments for years. This is what Jung was describing when he wrote about identification with the persona, and it is why the language of tearing the mask off is so unhelpful. There was no mask to tear off in that car park. There was only a face doing what it always does, with nothing behind it that was being suppressed or hidden. The man was not concealing anything from anyone. He was simply running. The fusing does not happen on one day. That is the other thing to say plainly. The Tuesday in the car is not the day it fused. It is only the day it was seen. The fusing happened across about 9,000 ordinary days, none of which announced themselves, each of which added a very slight amount of permanence to something that started out removable. Think about how any material becomes permanent, not through one event, through repetition and time and the absence of anything to interrupt it. Nobody ever interrupted it, because there was nothing to interrupt. Every single day looked like a man doing his job well. So the moment of noticing, when it comes, is very quiet, and it arrives without any accompanying instruction. That is the difficult part. It does not tell you what to do. It is not a call to action. It is closer to a small piece of information that has been delivered late. Some people get it in a car. Some get it in a bathroom at a family celebration, standing at the sink, watching their own face rearrange itself before going back out. Some get it on the phone, hearing themselves say, "I am fine," in a voice so smooth and so automatic that they hear it as if from across a room. And then, in almost every case, they go back to the party, or the meeting, or the conversation. Because there is nothing else to do at that moment, and because the face works, and because there is no version of the evening that is improved by dismantling anything, that is not failure. Nothing is required of that moment. Jung's whole approach here was patient in a way that is unfashionable now. He did not think you fix this by decision. He thought the noticing was the thing. That a persona which has been seen is already in a different relationship to the person wearing it, even if absolutely nothing changes on the outside, and even if it takes years. So if you have had your Tuesday, and most people listening have had some version of it, there is nothing you were supposed to have done about it. You noticed. That is not small, and it is not nothing, and it does not require anything from you tonight. The engine starts, the car goes home, and somewhere behind the face, something that has been quiet for a very long time has registered that it was, for about 40 seconds, looked at directly. It is patient. It has waited this long. It can wait through tonight. Chapter 13. What you stopped saying out loud. There is a quiet inventory that nobody keeps, and it is the inventory of sentences you have retired, not sentences you decided against. Sentences you tried once or twice or a handful of times over some long stretch of years, and which came back with nothing useful attached to them. And so, without ever making a decision, you stopped reaching for them. Here is how it happens. It is very ordinary. You are 26, and you say to someone close to you that you are frightened about something, and they say, "You will be fine." They are not being cruel. They mean it kindly. They may even be right. But the sentence you offered came back flattened, and something in you registers the exchange rate. You gave a real thing and received a smooth thing. You try again a few years later, in different words, and something similar happens. Perhaps they change the subject. Perhaps they solve it when you were not asking for it to be solved. Perhaps they simply looked slightly uncomfortable and you noticed, because you have always noticed. Nothing dramatic occurred. There was no rejection. There was just no traction. And a sentence with no traction, said 3 or 4 times over a decade, quietly leaves circulation. This is the part that is worth being precise about. because the vague version of this idea is everywhere and it teaches nothing. The vague version says that men do not talk about their feelings. That is not what is happening. What is happening is more specific and more interesting. A vocabulary is a living thing, and it is maintained by use. The words you say every day stay sharp and available. They arrive before you look for them. The words you have not said in 11 years do not simply sit in storage waiting. They get further away. They become effortful. Eventually, there is a lag between the feeling and any word for it at all. And in that lag, the feeling loses its shape. So, the loss is not just of speech, it is of naming. Consider what remains in daily circulation for most adults past a certain age. Fine, busy, tired, but only in the acceptable athletic sense, the tiredness of having done a lot. Good, thanks. Can't complain. A small, extremely functional set of tokens worn smooth by handling, none of which carry any weight at all. And consider what has gone out of circulation. The word lonely, which almost nobody over 40 says about themselves out loud. The sentence, "I do not know what I am doing." The sentence, "I think I made the wrong choice a long time ago and I have been managing it since." The word sad, unattached to any cause. Sad about nothing in particular is very hard to say to another person because the first thing they will do is ask what about, and you will not have an answer, and then you will have made it awkward. So you do not say it. And then you do not say it again. And after enough years, the not saying is no longer a choice you are making. There is simply no groove there. Jung would locate this precisely. The persona is a compromise between the individual and society, and this is what the compromise looks like at the level of the sentence. Society supplies a set of acceptable utterances. You supply the willingness to stay inside them. Both sides get something. The exchange is smooth, and what falls outside it does not get argued about. It just gets less and less sayable. Notice that nobody enforces this. There is no rule. There is only the small cooling in a room, which you learned to read when you were 7 and which you can still read perfectly. Here is a thing you might sit with, without doing anything about it. There is probably a sentence you have not said out loud in a very long time. You may not be able to bring it to mind right now, and that is not a failure of memory. It is the condition itself. The sentence is not gone. It has simply not been carried for so long that you would have to go and find it, and you have not had a reason to go. It is quite possible to live a whole, capable life like this. Many people do. The vocabulary shrinks, the days continue, the work gets done. But something happens in the rooms where nobody is asking anything of you. We will get to those rooms. Chapter 14. Loss of Soul. Jung used a phrase for a particular kind of emptying, and the phrase is loss of soul. It is an old term borrowed from anthropology, and Jung was aware that it sounded strange in a clinical context. He used it anyway, because he could not find a modern word that did the work. The modern words were all too small. Let me try to describe the condition rather than define it, because it is a thing people recognize long before they can name it. You are functioning. That is the first and most confusing feature. You get up, you go, you deliver what is expected, and you do it competently. Nothing is falling apart. If anyone asked, and occasionally someone does, you would say things are fine, and you would not be lying by any standard you could be held to. But there is no weather inside. That is the closest I can get to it. Not sadness. Sadness has motion. Sadness is a weather system, and it moves through, and it means you are still connected to something. This is flatter than that. Things happen, and you observe yourself having the correct response to them. Good news arrives, and you notice that you are pleased, in the way you might notice a reading on a dial. The lights are on. The rooms are furnished. The house runs. Nobody is home. Jung's argument about how this comes about is quite specific, and it is the part usually left out. He did not think this emptiness came from having a persona. He thought it came from a person's energy having migrated almost entirely into the persona, so that the inner life is not repressed exactly, but starved. Attention is a limited supply. For 30 or 40 years, nearly all of it has gone outward, into the performance and its maintenance, into reading rooms and meeting expectations, and being the person who is relied upon. The interior is not destroyed by this. It is defunded. And a defunded interior does not announce itself. It does not produce a crisis. It produces something much quieter, which is an absence of interest. Things that used to matter simply stop registering as mattering. Not through a decision, they just stop coming up. You might notice this in small places. Music you once loved plays, and you hear that it is good, technically, and nothing happens in your chest. A view you would once have stopped for, you now walk past, because you are late, and you have been late for 11 years. A book sits on the table for 4 months. You are not avoiding it. You just never find the version of yourself that wanted it. That is what he meant. Not depression, though it can arrive alongside it, and the two are often confused. Depression usually has a texture, a heaviness, a pain you can point to. This is the absence of texture. Here is the detail that makes it worth understanding rather than just naming. People in this condition are frequently praised. They are described as steady, as unflappable, as having their head screwed on. The very flatness that concerns Jung reads from the outside as maturity, which means the world tends to reinforce it, gently, continuously, for years. And there is a further quiet difficulty. To notice this in yourself, you need some part of you that stands outside the arrangement and can look at it. But that is precisely the part that has been defunded. So the condition is somewhat self-concealing. It is hard to feel the absence of a thing with the thing that is absent. Which is why, in Jung's account, it tends to be noticed indirectly. Not as a thought, but as a symptom, a tiredness that does not respond to rest, an irritation that seems out of proportion. A particular flatness on a Sunday afternoon. Those are the next few chapters, and they are all describing the same thing from different angles. None of this needs a response tonight. I am describing a condition, not diagnosing you, and there is a real difference. You are lying down in the dark, and there is nothing here that requires action. I would only say this: if any of that description landed somewhere, the landing itself is information. A truly emptied person does not recognize the description. The recognition is done by something still in there. Chapter 15. The Sunday afternoon feeling. There is a specific flatness that lives in unstructured time, and Sunday afternoon is where most people meet it. Not Sunday morning, which still has some shape to it. Not Sunday evening, which has the next week leaning into it and gives you something to brace against. The middle of the afternoon, around 3. The light going slightly amber. Nothing scheduled, nothing owed for several hours. By every reasonable account, this should be the best part of the week. It is the free part. And yet for a great many people, it is the worst hour they have, and they could not tell you why, and they generally do not mention it to anyone. Here is the mechanism, and it follows directly from what the persona is. A persona is relational. It is not a costume you wear alone in a wardrobe. It is one half of an exchange, and it requires the other half to exist. It comes alive in the presence of someone to be reliable for, someone to be competent in front of, someone whose reading of the room you are managing. Take the audience away and the persona has nothing to do, which would be fine if there was something else ready to occupy the space. Monday to Friday, the question of who you are does not come up, because the answer is supplied continuously from outside. You are the person doing this task, for these people, by this deadline. The role is handed to you at 8 in the morning and it holds you until the evening, and the holding is genuinely comfortable. That is not a criticism of work. Structure is a real support, and it is doing something for you. Then the structure stops, and there is a gap, and into the gap comes a question that does not have words. It is more like a low signal, something along the lines of, "What now?" or perhaps just, "And." Watch what people do with that hour. This is the concrete part. They find a job. Almost immediately and almost always, a small, unnecessary task appears. Something in the garage. A drawer. A repair that has waited 2 years and suddenly cannot wait until next weekend. The car gets washed slightly more often than the car requires. Or they put on a screen, not to watch it particularly, but so that the room has a voice in it. Or they check something, a phone, a score, a message thread. Not because they are expecting anything, because checking simulates being wanted by somebody briefly. None of these are failures. I want to be careful here. They are extremely sensible improvisations. A person feels an unpleasant vacancy and they fill it with the nearest available structure, and it works, and the afternoon passes. Jung's interest would be in what the vacancy actually is. His view was that a person heavily identified with their persona has over time, arrange their whole sense of existing around being perceived. Not vanity, something more basic than vanity. The sense of being real gets outsourced to the fact of being seen and needed. And so, when nobody is looking, the feeling is not peace. It is closer to a kind of thinning, which is why holidays are so often strange, and why the first days of retirement unsettle people who spent 40 years looking forward to them, and why the specific dread of a long, empty weekend is so common that everyone treats it as normal and nobody explains it. The unstructured hours are the hours when the persona has no work. And if a person has become mostly persona, those are the hours with the least of them in the room. There is no instruction here. I am not going to tell you to sit in that hour without filling it, because that advice is always given by people who make it sound simple, and it is not simple. I would only offer the observation. Next time that particular flatness arrives on a Sunday or a holiday or an unexpectedly empty evening, it may be worth knowing that it is not a personal defect and it is not boredom. It is the sound of an instrument that only plays in company, sitting in an empty room. Chapter 16. When praise stops landing. There is an experience that people find very difficult to admit to, because admitting it sounds ungrateful, and so it goes almost entirely undiscussed. It is being complimented and feeling nothing. Someone says a genuinely good thing about you. They mean it. They have gone out of their way. And you say thank you, and you arrange your face appropriately, and inside there is a small dead click where the feeling should have been. Then, usually, a second reaction arrives, which is a mild shame about the first one. Something is wrong with me. Somebody just gave me something and I could not take it. Nothing is wrong with you. The mechanism is quite simple, and once you see it, it stops being mysterious. Praise is directed at what is visible. What is visible is the persona, so the praise, however sincere, is being handed to the mask. Look at the actual sentences people use. You are so reliable. I do not know how you do it. You never seem to let anything get to you. You are the one everybody goes to. He is the strong one in that family. Every one of those is a compliment about the performance. Not one of them is about the performer. They are accurate observations of a role being executed well. Now, the person receiving it knows something the speaker does not. They know what the role costs. They know what was going on underneath while they were being unflappable. And so the compliment arrives with a strange double edge, because it is simultaneously true, kind, and slightly beside the point. Here is the sharper version of the same thing, which many people know and few say. Praise for the mask can quietly increase their loneliness rather than reduce it, because the better the compliment, the more precisely it confirms that what is being seen is the constructed part. To be told you are unshakable on a day when you were quite badly shaken is to receive proof that the construction is working, and proof that the construction is working is not comfort. It is confirmation of distance. This is why more of it does not help, and this is the part worth understanding properly. The natural assumption is that the problem is quantity, that the recognition has been insufficient, that a bigger version would do it, a better title, a larger success, a room full of people rather than one. But recognition of a performance cannot nourish the performer, and scaling it up does not change what kind of thing it is. It changes the size, not the category. A man who is praised by 4 people for a thing he does not believe is really him is not helped by being praised by 400 people for the same thing. Frequently, he is worse off, because the larger the applause, the more thoroughly the arrangement is locked in place, and the harder it becomes to say anything that contradicts it. Jung noticed this pattern in successful patients and did not treat it as ingratitude. He treated it as evidence. The emptiness that persists in the presence of considerable achievement is information about where the achievement was addressed. There is a small, very ordinary version of this you may recognize. Somebody thanks you warmly for something you found easy and did not care about. And somebody else fails to notice a thing you did that cost you something real and that nobody could see. Both happen in the same week. And the second one sits in you for days, disproportionately, and you cannot say a word about it to anyone because saying it would sound like fishing. That gap between what gets seen and what costs something is the whole subject of tonight. I am not going to tell you what to do about it. There is a version of this idea that ends with a demand that you go and be truly known by someone, and that demand is heavier than it sounds, and I am not going to place it on you at this hour. I will just leave the observation where you can find it later. If praise has stopped landing, it is not because you have become cynical or hard to please. It is because it is being delivered to an address you no longer live at full time. Chapter 17. The tiredness sleep does not fix. There are 2 different tirednesses, and we use one word for both, which is why this one is so hard to talk about. The first is the ordinary kind. You did physical work, or you slept badly, or you are unwell. It responds to rest. You sleep, and in the morning there is a measurable improvement, and the system behaves the way you would expect a system to behave. The second does not do that. You sleep 8 hours, genuinely 8, and you wake and something is still there, unmoved, exactly where it was. Not pain, not illness. A sort of pre-exhaustion, present before anything has happened, as though some quantity has been drawn down in advance of the day. People take this to their doctor, and the tests come back clear, and that is not a mistake by the doctor. The tests are looking in the right place for the first kind. Here is what the second kind appears to be made of. Self-presentation is continuous work, and it is metabolically real, but it is invisible even to the person doing it. Consider what is actually running during an ordinary day. You are monitoring how you are coming across. You are reading the faces of everyone in the room. You are adjusting your tone by small increments. You are deciding several times an hour what not to say. You are holding the tiredness back so that it does not show. You are being the version of yourself that this particular set of people expects, and if you move between groups, you are switching between versions, and each switch costs something. None of that is felt as effort, because it is automatic. That is exactly why it is expensive. Automatic does not mean free. It means unbilled. Think of a car idling in a driveway all day. It is not going anywhere and it is not doing anything. And at the end of the day, the tank is noticeably lower, and nobody can point to a journey. Now add the crucial factor, which is duration. If you have been running this for 30 years, the maintenance is not something that happens at work and then stops. That is the thing that most surprises people when they finally see it. The monitoring does not switch off in the evening. You come home and continue at a lower volume, being the steady one for your household. You continue in the car alone, arranging what you are going to say. You continue, in a certain way, when there is nobody there at all, because the habit of self-observation does not require an observer anymore. It has internalized one, which is why sleep does not touch it. Sleep restores the body. It does not restore the part of you that has been performing, because that part is not resting during sleep either. It is on standby, and standby is not off. Jung had a particular observation about the timing of all this, and it is in his essay, The Stages of Life. His argument was that the first half of life is properly spent building the outward structure. Position, capability, a place in the world. That work is necessary, and it is right that it takes everything. But he thought the second half had a different task, and that trying to run the first half's program indefinitely was the source of a great deal of unexplained exhaustion in otherwise successful people in their 40s and 50s. Not because they had failed, because they were still succeeding at something that was finished. I notice that this chapter risks sounding like a diagnosis, and I want to soften that, because it is late and you are lying down. The tiredness I am describing is extremely common, and it is not a sign that something has gone badly wrong with you. It is the ordinary arithmetic of having presented yourself carefully every day to a large number of people for a very long time. Anyone would be tired, and there is no action attached to it tonight. You do not have to solve a 30-year arrangement in the dark on a Tuesday. You are allowed to simply be tired in the way you actually are for the next few hours, with nobody watching and nothing to hold. Chapter 18. Irritation at the unmasked. There is one more signal, and it is the most reliable of all of them because it is very difficult to explain away. It is the disproportionate irritation. Picture the colleague who says openly in a meeting that they are struggling with the workload and could use some help. They say it without embarrassment. They do not lower their voice or smuggle it in as a joke. And something in you tightens. Or the relative who asks for things easily, who rings and says they need a hand moving something on Saturday, with no apology and no elaborate justification, and who seems to feel no debt afterwards. Or the person who talks openly about their difficulties, who mentions their therapy, or their divorce, or their fear about money, at a dinner where everyone else is doing the normal thing. And what arrives in you is not mild. That is the notable part. If the reaction were proportionate, you would think, that is not how I would do it, and the thought would pass in half a second and leave nothing. Instead, there is a small heat, a judgment with some force behind it, self-indulgent, no boundaries. Nobody needs to hear all that. Some of us just get on with it. Now notice the last one particularly. Some of us just get on with it. That sentence does not describe them, it describes you. And there is an unmistakable note of grievance in it, which is peculiar, because if getting on with it were simply your preference, freely chosen and satisfying, there would be no grievance in it at all. Jung's principle here is one of the most useful things he left, and it is stated more simply than most of his work. What irritates us in another person, out of proportion, is usually pointing at something in ourselves. Not always an unpleasant thing, often the opposite. So consider what is actually being triggered. That colleague is doing something you have been unable to do for decades. They are saying the thing you retired around 1997. And they are not being punished for it. That is the intolerable part. Some ledger in you assumed that the price of admitting difficulty was very high, and here is someone paying nothing and getting help besides. Underneath the judgment, if you go slowly, there is usually something that feels much more like a complaint. I was not allowed to do that. Nobody offered me that. I have carried this alone for 30 years, and you have carried it for a fortnight and asked for help. That is not a shameful thing to find. It is close to grief, and it is quite reasonable. The most instructive detail is the specificity of it. People are not irritated by everyone. They are irritated with force by the particular quality they have most thoroughly given up. The one who is never late is not made angry by loudness. He is made angry by lateness. The one who never asks for anything is not much bothered by boasting, but the sight of easy asking is unbearable to him. The irritation is a map. It points quite precisely at what got set down and how long ago. I am not going to suggest you go and revise your opinion of anyone. Some of those people genuinely are difficult, and this idea can be misused to make you responsible for every reaction you have ever had. That is not what Jung was saying, and it is not what I am saying. I'm only saying that the size of the reaction is worth noting, not the reaction, the size. Because a person who has comfortably chosen a way of being is not enraged by people who chose otherwise. They are, at most, mildly uninterested. The heat comes from somewhere else. It comes from the room next door, where the things you set down have been waiting and where they occasionally move. Chapter 19. The envy you cannot explain. There is a particular kind of envy that does not make sense, and it is worth looking at slowly because it is carrying information. It is not envy of money. Money envy is loud and simple and usually accurate about itself. This is the other kind. It arrives without warning and out of proportion. Someone at a table mentions that they have taken up the cello at 58. Someone says they left the firm and now they do something smaller and stranger. Someone laughs too loudly at a joke that was not that funny and does not seem to mind. And something in you tightens. Not admiration, not quite, something with an edge on it. And then, almost immediately, a second reaction arrives, which is embarrassment about the first one. So you smooth it over. You say, "How wonderful." You mean it, partly. And by the time you are in the car, you have forgotten the whole exchange, except that you have not really forgotten it, and it comes back that night. Jung would not have read that as a fault in you. He read reactions like that as information. Disproportion is the clue. When your response to something is larger than the thing itself, the extra size is coming from somewhere in you, not from the event. The event was small, the reaction was not. So, the reaction is about the reaction's own source. Here is the shape of it. Envy of that kind is rarely about the object. You do not want the cello. If someone put a cello in your hands tomorrow, you would feel mostly inconvenience. What you want is the permission. That person gave themselves permission to be a beginner at 58, to be bad at something in public, to spend an hour on a thing that produces nothing, justifies nothing, and impresses nobody. Somewhere along the way, you decided that permission was not available to you, and you decided it so long ago and so quietly that you never experienced it as a decision. That is why the reaction has an edge. It is not resentment of them. It is contact with your own rule, and rules like that are usually invisible until somebody stands next to you and breaks one. Think about how specific your envy is if you look at it. It does not spray everywhere. It picks. Most people's good fortune does not touch you at all. You hear that a colleague has been promoted and you feel a mild, ordinary pleasure or nothing. Then someone mentions they spent a year not working and you feel something sharp. The selectivity is the useful part. Envy is a poor moral compass, but a very good map. Jung's word for the parts of you that were set down was not a flattering one, and we will come to it. But the mechanism is simple enough to describe without the vocabulary. What you set down did not stop existing. It only stopped being expressed by you. And when something is not expressed by you, it tends to show up as a strong feeling about somebody else. He called that projection. It is not the same thing as imagination. Projection means a real part of yourself is being seen accurately, but on the wrong screen. The energy is genuine. The location is wrong. So the man who feels an unaccountable irritation at the colleague who leaves at 5 is often a man who has never once left at 5. The irritation is not really about the colleague. It is about the fact that leaving at 5 is apparently possible, and he has spent 30 years operating as though it were not. Nothing about this makes him a bad man. It makes him a man with a rule he never wrote down. I want to be careful here, because this material can turn into self-accusation very quickly. And self-accusation is just another kind of work, and you are not doing any work tonight. So let us keep it simple. If you notice, sometime in the next week or the next year, that you have had a reaction slightly too large for its cause, you do not need to interpret it. You do not need to fix anything. You do not need to decide what it means about your marriage or your career or your life. You only need to notice that a door was there. That is the whole practice. Not opening, noticing. The person you envied was not doing anything remarkable. They were just standing where a door is, and you happened to be looking. And then the conversation moved on, and everyone had coffee, and nobody knew. Chapter 20. What you cannot ask for. There is a sentence that some people find almost impossible to say, and it is only 4 words long. I need some help. The strange thing is that these are frequently the same people who are best at giving it. They will drive across a city at short notice. They will take the call at 11 at night. They will be the one who notices that someone else is struggling before the person struggling has noticed it themselves. And they cannot make the sentence come out of their own mouth. This is not stubbornness, though it looks like stubbornness from outside, and it is often described that way by the people who love them. It is something more structural than that. Consider how a persona built on capability actually works. If the arrangement you made with the world was, I am the one who copes, then every part of your life has been built on top of that arrangement. Your marriage assumes it, your children assume it. Your colleagues assume it, and reasonably so, because you have been proving it for 30 years without a single missed day. Asking for help does not just request an object, it withdraws a claim. That is the difficulty. The sentence is not small. Inside the arrangement, the sentence means the thing you have all been relying on may not be entirely true. And when a person tests that sentence privately, in their own head, at 2 in the afternoon, they usually find it unspeakable, and then they carry the thing instead. Because carrying it is easier. Genuinely easier. Not braver, not nobler, easier. Jung's framing here is useful and unsentimental. If you have identified with a role, then behaving outside the role does not feel like a choice. It feels like a threat to existence. Not exaggerated language and not drama. If you are the one who copes, then the moment you are not coping, there is a real question about who is left. That is why the difficulty is silent. Nobody agonizes out loud about it. They simply do not ask, and then they explain to themselves quite reasonably that it was not a big deal, that everyone is busy, that it would have taken longer to explain than to do. All of which is often true. That is what makes it durable. Watch the smaller versions, because they are everywhere and they are less loaded. You do not say you are cold. You do not say you would rather eat somewhere else. You do not say that the plan for Saturday does not suit you, so Saturday goes ahead as arranged, and it is fine, and you were fine, and nobody was harmed. Multiply that by 3 decades. Here is the part that is worth understanding properly, because it is not obvious. The cost is not mainly to you, it is to the relationship. When you never ask, the other person is quietly prevented from giving. They do not get to be the one who helps. Over years, the traffic goes in one direction, and both people learn the shape of it, and eventually the other person stops offering, because their offers were always politely declined, and people stop offering things that are always declined. Then something quiet happens. The person who cannot ask concludes that nobody offers, and the evidence appears to support it. Jung would say that both people are inside an arrangement that neither of them designed and neither of them can quite see. There is no instruction here. I am not going to tell you to go and ask someone for something tomorrow. That advice, given at this hour, is worth nothing, and it also misunderstands the problem. The sentence is not hard because you have not thought of saying it. It might be enough tonight to simply hold the fact that the sentence exists, that there is a version of the evening where it gets said somewhere, sometime, in a small matter rather than a large one. Not tonight. Tonight, nothing is required. But the sentence is short, and it has been sitting in the same place for a long time, and it is not going anywhere. It has been very patient with you. Chapter 21. The room where nobody has met you. I want to be gentle with this one, because it touches something that people do not often say aloud. There is a kind of loneliness that has nothing to do with being alone. It is not the loneliness of the empty flat. That kind is honest, and it announces itself, and everybody understands it immediately. This other kind is harder to describe because it happens in rooms that are full. It happens at the table with people you genuinely love. You are known there. You are known extremely well in one sense. Your wife knows how you take your tea and what your face does before you say something difficult. Your oldest friend knows the whole record of your 20s. Your colleagues know exactly what you will say about the thing before you say it, and they are usually right. And still, sometimes, in the middle of that, something goes very slightly quiet in you, and you notice that all of this knowing has assembled around a particular version, and it is a good version, and it is not made up, and it is also not all of you. Jung's way into this is careful. He did not think this happened because the people around you failed. That is the version that makes it into films, where the lonely man is surrounded by fools who do not see him. It is a flattering story, and it is usually false. The people around you did not fail to meet you. They met exactly who came to the door. For 30 years, the one who came to the door was steady, capable, dryly funny, uncomplaining. And they met him properly, they love him properly. He is not a fiction. He is just not the whole staff. So the loneliness is not a shortage of intimacy. It is intimacy that has a shape, and the shape was set early, and neither side ever chose it deliberately, and now it is simply the shape of the thing. This is why it does not respond to more company. A person in this position can go to more dinners and it will not help, and the not helping is confusing enough that they may conclude something is wrong with them or with the dinners or with everyone. Nothing is wrong with the dinners. I said I would be gentle, so let me also say the part that gets left out. This is common, very common, almost certainly more common than not among people your age who have carried a lot for a long time. It is not a symptom of a bad marriage. It is not evidence that your friendships are thin. Good relationships and this quiet feeling coexist all the time, and they coexist in the same room, on the same evening. The feeling is not an accusation against anyone. It is a piece of information about how much of you is in circulation. And here is the thing that makes it bearable, which is not a consolation exactly, but is true. The parts that have not been met are not lost. They are not damaged. They have not spoiled from lack of use. They are simply unfamiliar, including to you, which is why they are hard to introduce. You cannot present a version of yourself to another person if you have not been in the room with it recently. That is the real reason it is difficult. Not that they would reject it. Most likely they would not. It is that you would not know how to begin, and beginning is awkward, and you are not a man who does awkward things in front of people who respect you. None of this needs solving tonight. But it might be worth knowing that when that quiet feeling comes at a full table, it is not a sign that you have chosen wrongly, or married wrongly, or wasted anything. It is just the part of you that has been in the next room for a while, standing near the door, listening to everybody laugh, and not knowing quite how to come in. Let it stand there. It is not in distress. It has been standing there a long time, and it is used to the weight. Chapter 22. Why it comes back at 3 in the morning. Consider what is actually different about 3 in the morning. Not mystically different, practically different. There is no audience. That is the whole of it, and it explains almost everything about that hour. The persona is a social organ. It exists to manage the space between you and other people. When there are no other people, it has no function. It does not stand guard out of loyalty. It clocks off the way anything clocks off when the work is finished. So at 3 in the morning, for the first time in about 19 hours, the arrangement is not running. And into that gap, things come. Not new things. That is the part people find strange. The mind at 3 in the morning is not creative. It is not generating fresh material. It reaches for the oldest folder it has and opens it, and out come the same 6 or 7 items it has been producing at that hour for years. The thing you said in 1994, the look on somebody's face, the letter you did not answer, the conversation with your father that stopped mid-sentence and never resumed because he died in March. Why the old material and not the current? Partly because the current problems have somewhere to go. Tomorrow you will make a phone call about them. They are live, and live things get handled in daylight. The old material has nowhere to go. Nothing can be done about it. That is precisely why it stays. And partly because the version of you that is awake at 3 is not the daytime version. The daytime version has a job and a plan and a tone of voice. This one has none of those, and it is much closer to the material that never got processed. Jung would say something like this: what is not lived consciously will present itself some other way, not as punishment, as pressure. Anything with energy in it has to go somewhere, and if there is no room for it during the day, it will use the only unoccupied hour available. Now, here is what I want to say about that hour, and I want to say it carefully. It is not a truth-telling hour. This is the mistake that makes those nights harder than they need to be. People wake at 3, feel the weight of it, and conclude that they are finally seeing their life clearly because the feeling has such conviction. The daytime, they think, is the illusion. This is the real assessment. It is not. 3 in the morning is a state with poor lighting. It is honest about the existence of things and unreliable about their size. It is very good at telling you that something is unfinished. It is very bad at telling you how much that matters. So the material is real. The verdict is not. If you are awake at that hour, and it is entirely possible that you will be at some point, you do not have to engage with any of it. You do not have to resolve the conversation from 1994. The mind is not asking you to. It is doing something more like turning stock over in a warehouse, because the shop is closed and there is finally room to move. You can let it turn. The old material does not need you awake and attending to it. It has been managing on its own for decades. And there is one more thing about that hour which is more comfortable than the rest. Whatever surfaces then is, by definition, still alive. Dead material does not surface. If something can still find you at 3 a.m. after 20 years, it has not been settled and it has not been abandoned. It is being kept. That is not entirely a bad sign about a person. It means something in you declined to file it away as finished and has been quietly holding it open, waiting for a better hour. The better hour is not now. Now is for sleeping. Chapter 23. The unlived life. There is a phrase of Jung's that people carry around for years without quite unpacking it, and it deserves a slow chapter to itself. The unlived life. He was not talking about failure. That is the first thing to clear away. He was not describing missed opportunities or things you should have grabbed and did not. That reading turns it into a scolding, and it was not one. He meant something more literal. In every life there are versions that were possible and were not taken up. Not through cowardice, usually, through the ordinary arithmetic of having one body and one Tuesday. You could not do the thing and also the other thing, so you did one. Think about what that actually looks like, concretely, because concrete is better here than abstract. There is an instrument. Almost everyone has one. Somewhere in your history there is a guitar, or a piano at your grandmother's house, or a school orchestra where you played something badly for 11 months. And then you stopped for a completely sensible reason, and there was no ceremony about it, and it has never quite gone away. There is a country, or a city. Somewhere you were, briefly, at 26, where the light was different and something in you sat up. You thought about it for a while afterwards. Then a job came through at home. There is a sentence. Something you were going to say to a specific person, and the moment arrived, and you assessed the room and decided not to, and the moment closed. Sometimes the person is still alive and you could still say it. Sometimes not. Now, notice what this feeling is not. It is not regret. Regret is sharper and has an accusation in it. Regret says, you should have. This is quieter than that, and stranger, and it does not really argue. It is closer to a small, ongoing hum. A sense that alongside the life you have, which may be a genuinely good life, there were other complete lives that were entirely possible and simply did not happen. They are not being lived by anybody. They just sit there. Jung's point was that these unlived versions do not go inert. They keep a little energy. They show up as the disproportionate envy we spoke about. They show up as a strange heaviness on a Sunday afternoon in autumn for no reason you can name. They show up as the unaccountable emotion at a piece of music, or at a stranger's small child in a shop, or at a film that is not even good. They are not haunting you. That word is too dramatic, and this is not a dramatic phenomenon. They are more like a pressure in the wall behind a room you use every day. And here is where I want to be honest rather than comforting. Some of them are over. The version where you moved at 26 is not available now. The version where you started the instrument as a child is not available. Pretending otherwise is a poor kind of kindness, and you would not believe it anyway, because you are past the age where people believe that sort of thing. But that is not the same as saying nothing is available. What is often available is not the whole life, but the quality that the life would have carried. The man who did not become a musician is not going to become one. But whatever it was in him that music was going to be for, that thing is still in the building, and it does not have only one address. Jung's interest was never in retrieving the specific path. It was in noticing what the path was made of. That is a much smaller and much more possible thing. And it does not have to happen tonight, or this year, or at all. Some people carry the hum their whole lives and are not damaged by it. It is part of the furniture of being a person who made choices. You are allowed to have unlived lives. Everyone does. The man who took the other path has a different set of them, exactly as full. Nobody gets all of it. That is not a personal defeat. That is just the size of a life. Chapter 24. What went into the next room? We have circled this for a long time, and it is time to name it properly. Jung had a word for everything the persona had to exclude. He called it the shadow. The word has been badly handled since. It has been turned into something gothic, as though it named the monster inside a person, the buried violence, the secret capacity for cruelty. That is a small and sensational corner of what he meant, and starting there gets the whole idea wrong. Here is the actual definition, and it is plainer than you might expect. Jung described the shadow as the thing a person has no wish to be, everything the conscious personality declined. Not what is evil, what was declined. That is a very different proposition. Think about how a persona is built. You brought forward the parts of you that were welcomed, you set down the parts that were not. That was chapter 1, and it was described as a small, ordinary act, because it is. But now, do the arithmetic on the other side of that transaction. If you became the reliable one, then somewhere there is a version of you that is not reliable, that would have let people down sometimes, and it was never given anything to do. If you became the calm one, then the part of you that gets loud went into the next room. If you became the one who never asks, the part that would have asked is in there too. If you became the funny one, then the part of you that has no jokes, that would just have sat there and been sad in front of somebody, has been standing in that room since roughly 1980. None of those excluded parts is wicked. That is the thing. They are just unwelcome. They were unwelcome in one particular kitchen, in one particular decade, according to one particular set of rules, and a young person read the room correctly and adapted. So the shadow is not the dark version of you, it is the unemployed version of you. Now, here is the part that gives the whole idea its structure, and it is worth taking slowly. The persona and the shadow are the same size. They are made in the same act. Every time you built the front, you built the back. The stronger and more polished the persona, the more material had to be excluded to keep it coherent, and therefore the larger the shadow. This is why Jung was so uninterested in the idea of simply becoming a better and more consistent version of your public self. He could see that the operation is symmetrical. Perfect the front, and you are not reducing the other side. You are enlarging it. A man with a very smooth persona is not a man with a small shadow. He is a man with a very carefully kept one. And that should not alarm you. It is not a warning. There is nothing in that room that is going to come out and do something to you tonight. What is in there is mostly ordinary. Some tiredness, some anger that was never allowed a proper occasion, some wanting, some silliness, a capacity for being bad at things, a version of you that would have said no. That is not a monster. That is a fairly normal person who was not invited. Jung's whole approach turned on this. The task was never to destroy the persona so that the shadow could take over. That would just reverse the arrangement and leave you with a different mask on. The task was much more modest and much slower. It was to know that the room is there, not to go in tonight, not to open anything, just to stop describing the house as though it has one room in it. You have carried the front for a very long time, and you carried it well, and it worked. And all that time, the rest of it has been waiting without impatience in the next room with the light off. It has never once tried the handle. Chapter 25. Dreams and the figure who is not you. We have arrived at chapter 25, which I mentioned a long time ago, near the beginning, when you were still awake in a different way than you are now. There is no need to remember what I said. I will lay it down again, slowly. Jung had a particular way of listening to dreams, and it is worth understanding because it is quieter and more practical than its reputation. He noticed that dreams tend to compensate. That is the word he used. A dream, he thought, often supplies what the waking attitude has been leaving out. Not as a punishment, as a balance. The way a body shifts weight to the other foot after standing too long on one. So if a person spends their days being extremely reasonable, the dream may not be reasonable at all. If a person spends their days being careful, something in the dream may be careless. The dream is not correcting them. It is simply completing the picture, filling in the side of the room that the daylight never reaches. Now think about what that means for someone who has worn one face for 30 years. If the persona is the part of you the world sees, then the compensating material is the part the world does not. And the dream, having no audience and no consequences, is free to bring it forward. Which brings us to the figure. Almost everyone has met this figure. There is a person in the dream who is not you and who does something you would never do. Sometimes he is rude in a way you would not permit in yourself. Sometimes he is idle. Sometimes he takes what he wants without the long negotiation you would put yourself through. Sometimes he simply says the sentence you have been declining to say for 11 years and says it flatly without apology, and the room does not end. You wake up faintly disturbed, or faintly amused, or, and this is the interesting one, faintly envious. The ordinary response is to dismiss him. It was just a dream. It was the cheese. It was nothing. Jung's response was different, and this is the part worth carrying with you. He treated the figures in a dream as though they were autonomous, not as symbols to be decoded and thrown away, but as something with its own weight, its own point of view, its own reason for turning up. He would ask a figure what it wanted, in a sense. He was willing to take it seriously enough to let it speak. That sounds strange until you consider the alternative. The alternative is that a part of your own mind produced a whole character, gave him a voice, gave him a posture, gave him opinions, and did all this while you slept and had no say in it. If your mind can do that, the figure is not nothing. Something built him. And notice who he usually is. He is very often carrying exactly the quality you set down at 7 years old at the top of the stairs when you worked out that being no trouble lowered the temperature. The one who is rude in your dream may be the one who could have said no in 1989. The one who is idle may be the one who never got a rest. The one who takes may be the one who learned very early not to want anything visibly. Jung called this general region the shadow, not evil, not the villain of your life, simply the part that was not admitted into the daylight arrangement because it did not help you get through Tuesday. Here is the gentle part. You do not have to do anything about him. There is no work required tonight. You do not need to become that figure, and you certainly should not go and act out whatever he did. You only have to stop treating him as a stranger who broke in. He did not break in. He lives here. He has always lived here. He has been in the next room the whole time, and the reason you meet him at 3 in the morning rather than at 2 in the afternoon is simply that at 3 in the morning nobody is guarding the door. Let him move around in there. You can go back to sleep while he does. Chapter 26. The house with a room you forgot. There is a dream that an enormous number of people have, and it is so common that when you describe it to a stranger, they usually interrupt you halfway through. You are in a house, you know. Usually it is your own house, or a house you lived in once. You know it completely. You know which stair creaks and where the light switch is without looking. And then you open a door that you have opened 1,000 times, and behind it there is a room you have never seen. Sometimes it is one room, sometimes it is a whole wing, sometimes it is a staircase going up to an attic that could not possibly fit inside the roof, and yet there it is, and you go up. The feeling is very particular. It is not fear. That is what people always want to say first, and it is usually not right. The feeling is closer to a kind of quiet astonishment. How did I not know this was here? I have lived here for years. Sometimes the room is dusty and full of furniture under sheets. Sometimes it is beautiful and full of light and looks out over a garden you did not know the house had. Sometimes there is a piano in it. Sometimes there is nothing in it at all, just floorboards and clean air and space, and the space is the point. Jung worked with this image himself. The house that turns out to have more in it than the owner knew was one of the pictures he took seriously in his own inner life, and it stayed with him. And you can see why, given everything we have been talking about. A house is the most natural picture of a life. You built it, you furnished it, you know the rooms you use, and in most houses there are perhaps 4 rooms that get used every single day, and the rest of the building simply exists quietly, being part of the structure whether anyone enters it or not. That is very close to what a persona does to a life. 4 rooms in constant use: the competent room, the pleasant room, the room where you handle things, the room where you are fine. And the rest of the house is still standing. Nobody demolished it. It was just never on the route between the kitchen and the front door. So the dream does something rather kind. It does not accuse you. It does not say you have wasted the house. It simply opens a door and says, look, there is more of this than you were using. Notice the tone of the image, because the tone matters, and it is often reported wrong. If this were a horror story, the unknown room would contain something terrible. But most people who have this dream do not report terror. They report that odd, warm bewilderment. Occasionally, they report a real reluctance to wake up because they wanted to go further in, and the alarm took the house away from them. That reluctance is worth noticing. It suggests the room is not a threat. It suggests the room is something you would like to have. And here is the part that makes it more than a pleasant image. You cannot find an unknown room in a house you have never lived in. The dream only works because the house is familiar. The strangeness depends entirely on the familiarity. Nobody dreams of discovering an extra room in a hotel and wakes up moved by it, which means the dream is not offering you a different life. It is not saying, leave, start again, become someone else at 58. It is saying that this house, the one you are already in, the one with your coats in the hall, has more room in it than the 4 you have been circulating through. That is a very domestic kind of good news. You do not have to go up to the attic tonight. You only have to know the stairs are there, and that they have been there the entire time, holding their own weight, waiting with the patience of joinery. The house is not smaller than you thought. It is larger, and it is yours. And it is not going anywhere before morning. Chapter 27. Why the body keeps its own record. The mind can agree to almost anything. That is its great talent and its great weakness. You can decide sincerely that you are fine, and the decision will feel like a fact within about 4 seconds. The body is slower to agree, and it does not really argue. It simply keeps its own record in its own filing system, and it reports at times of its choosing. Let me be plain about what this chapter is and is not. This is not medical advice, and I am not going to tell you what anything in your body means. Bodies have many reasons for doing what they do, and most of them are ordinary and physical, and a doctor is the correct person for those. I am only pointing at something you already know, which is that a body that has performed steadiness for a very long time tends to hold that performance somewhere. Start with the jaw. The jaw is where a great deal of unsaid material ends up, because the jaw is the equipment you use to not say things. Every time a sentence assembled itself and you decided, correctly and sensibly, not to release it, some small muscular event occurred. Once is nothing. 50,000 times over 30 years is a habit made of tissue. People discover this at strange moments. In a dentist chair, when someone asks them to relax and they find they have no idea how. On a beach, on the 4th day of a holiday, when something in the face lets go and they think, oh, that was on the whole time. Then the shoulders. The shoulders are where readiness is stored. Being ready is the core requirement of most personas. The reliable one is ready. The strong one is ready. The one who handles things is permanently 1/4 of a step ahead of the room, and the shoulders are how you stay 1/4 of a step ahead of a room. You can be lying down in a dark and safe house with nothing at all expected of you for 9 hours, and the shoulders can still be up near the ears, on duty, guarding a door that nobody is going to knock on. You may have noticed them drop slightly while I was describing them. That is very common. It is not because I said anything clever. It is because the shoulders were waiting to be given permission, and permission is often all it takes, and it does not last, and it does not have to last. And then the breath. The held breath is the quietest one. Most people who hold their breath do not know they are doing it. It is not dramatic. It is a slight shortening. The exhale finishes a fraction early, because finishing an exhale completely is a form of surrender, and a person who is on duty does not fully surrender. Watch what happens when someone finally does let a breath go all the way out. There is usually a sound. It is not a sigh of frustration. It is closer to the sound a house makes when the heating goes off. Here is the piece that connects this to everything else we have been saying. Jung's observation was that what is not made conscious does not disappear. It tends to come back at you as though it came from outside, from somewhere that seems to have nothing to do with you. The body is one of the outsides. If the tiredness is not permitted a place in the story you tell about yourself, it does not stop existing. It relocates. It shows up as the jaw, or the shoulders, or the shallow breath, or the fact that you are extremely awake at 3:10, for no reason you can name. And then, because you have no other language for it, you experience it as a problem happening to you, a back thing, a sleep thing, something to be fixed or medicated or ignored. I am not asking you to reinterpret anything tonight. I am certainly not asking you to diagnose yourself in the dark, which is the worst possible hour for that and produces nothing but circles. I am only suggesting that the body is not a machine that has malfunctioned. It is a slow, honest witness that has been in the room for every single one of those decades, and it has taken no side, and it holds no grudge, and it is not trying to frighten you. It is just keeping the record, because somebody has to. and it will still be keeping it tomorrow. You can let it do that without you. Chapter 28. The alarm that is not fear. Somewhere around 3 in the morning, there is an hour that a great many people know very well, and almost nobody talks about, because it does not sound like anything when you say it out loud. You are awake, not gradually, fully. And here is the peculiar part. There is no reason. You are not frightened of anything specific. Nothing happened. The house is quiet and nothing woke you. But there is an alertness in the body that has all the equipment of alarm and none of the content. A slight sharpness in the chest, a readiness, a sense of standing at attention in front of absolutely nothing. The mind, finding itself alert, does what a mind does. It looks for the reason. It assumes that alertness means danger, so it goes looking for the danger, so that, at least, the state will make sense. And it will find something. It always finds something. It has an enormous archive. And notice what it reaches for, though, because this is the interesting part, and it is very consistent. It does not usually reach for the actual difficulty of your current life. It does not present you with a clear, solvable problem from last Tuesday. It reaches for the oldest unfinished material in the building. A conversation from 1994 that ended badly and was never repaired. A face you have not seen in decades. Something you said at a funeral. A version of yourself you were, briefly, and did not like. The sentence you did not say to someone who is no longer alive to hear it. Nothing on that list can be acted on. That is exactly why it comes up now. Anything that could be handled would have been handled in daylight, at a desk, with a phone. What is left over is the material with nowhere to go, and it settles at the bottom, and at 3 in the morning the water is still enough for it to be visible. So why then? Why that hour? There are physical reasons, and they are not mysterious. The body runs cooler, sleep gets lighter toward morning. The chemistry that will eventually wake you begins to rise well before you get up, and it does not always land smoothly. That is ordinary machinery, and it is not a message. But there is another reason, and it belongs to what we have been talking about all night. At 3 in the morning, there is no role available. Every other hour of your day has a structure attached to it. At 8, there is a thing you are. At 11, there is a thing you are. At 6 in the evening, there is a version of you that other people are expecting, and you supply it, and the supplying itself occupies you. At 3, there is no version required. The office does not exist yet. Nobody needs anything. The persona has nothing to do, so it stands down, because there is no audience to hold it up. And the material that was being managed by all that structure is, for a short while, unmanaged. That is what the alertness is. It is not a warning. It is not intuition. It is not the universe telling you something is wrong with your life. It is what an undefended mind feels like, which is uncomfortable and unfamiliar and not actually dangerous. Here is the only practical thing I will offer, and it is small. You are not required to solve anything at this hour. Nothing you decide at 3 in the morning is reliable, and you know this because you have tested it before, and the daylight version of you has quietly overruled it many times. Whatever arrives, you can let it be there without answering it. It is not asking a question, it is just old material surfacing in a quiet house at the 1 hour when nobody is standing at the door. You can lie still and let it drift past. It has drifted past before, it will do it again tonight. Chapter 29. Night as the only honest hour. Consider how much of a day is spent being seen. Not watched exactly, just available for reading. In the room with the meeting, in the kitchen with the family, on the phone, where the voice still has to be arranged, even though nobody can see your face, and you arrange it anyway, out of long habit. Even alone in a car, there is often a residue of it. You are between two performances and still carrying the shape of both. There is really only one part of the day with no audience at all, and you are in it now. The dark has no requirements. It does not need you to be steady. It does not need you to be capable, or interesting, or fine. It has no opinion about how you are doing, and it is not going to ask you at the end how the year has been. This should be a relief, and often it is not, and it is worth understanding why. If you have spent 40 years being held together in part by the requirements of other people, then the removal of those requirements does not feel like freedom straight away. It feels like a loss of scaffolding. A persona is not only a mask. We said this early on. It is also a container, and a container that is put down does not float. It settles, and it makes a noise as it settles. And the noise can be alarming if you do not know what it is. So the discomfort of the small hours is not evidence that something has gone wrong. It is often just the sound of a structure that has been under load all day being set down on the floor. But sit with the other half of it, because it is genuinely there. Nobody needs anything from you right now. Not one person. Not for hours. There is no expression required. If your face went completely slack this second, nobody would register it. You could be openly tired. You could be openly whatever you are, in the exact proportions you actually are, and there is no cost, and no one is measuring, and there is no consequence in the morning. That is a very rare condition. You have perhaps 6 or 7 hours of it a night, and most nights you spend the early part of it going through the day again as though preparing a report for someone. The report is not due. Nobody commissioned it. There is a particular quality that comes with realizing this, and it is not excitement. It is closer to the feeling of taking off shoes that were not painful but were shoes. You have been being someone all day, competently, reliably, without complaint. You are allowed to not be anyone for a while. That is not a spiritual instruction, and it is not something to achieve. It is simply the condition you are already in. The night does not require you to earn it. It arrived at the same time, it arrives every day, and it will do it again tomorrow, whether or not anything is resolved. And here is the honesty of the hour, which is the only reason I am calling it honest. You cannot perform for the dark There is nothing to perform to. Whatever you actually are, in this bed, at this hour, is simply what is present, and it is not being graded, and it does not have to be improved before morning. The face you built is not needed here. It is not gone. It is not destroyed. It is where you left it, near the door, ready for 8 o'clock, and it will fit perfectly well when you pick it up again. But it is not on you now. You can feel the difference if you go looking for it, and you can also just let it be, and let the hour do what it was always going to do, which is pass quietly, without needing you. Chapter 30. What returns when nothing is required. When the performance stops, something comes back. It is almost never what you would expect, and it is almost always unimpressive. You lie there with nothing required of you, and the mind, released from the day, does not produce a revelation. It produces a jingle from a radio advert that stopped running in 1983. Or a face, not an important face. A man who worked in the shop on the corner and whose name you never knew, who is suddenly present in complete detail, the coat he wore, the way he handled change. Or a room, very often a room, a hallway in a house you lived in when you were 9. The particular quality of light through frosted glass in a back door, the pattern on a carpet, the smell of a coat cupboard, or a small sound, a gate, a specific stare. The ordinary response is to file this as noise, random firing, the brain shuffling old paper, nothing. Jung would not have called it nothing, and I think it is worth spending our last chapter here on why, because it is more careful than it first appears. His general position was that the psyche is not arbitrary. Things surface for reasons, even when the reason is not available to the surface. He took small material seriously, precisely because small material is not defended. Nobody edits a jingle. Nobody has a position on a coat cupboard, which is exactly what makes it able to get through when larger things cannot. And notice what these fragments have in common. Every one of them comes from a time before the arrangement was finished, before the tone of voice, before the profession handed out its phrases, before you knew which parts of you the room would warm to. The 9-year-old in the hallway had no persona to speak of. He had a rough draft. He was still finding out which things worked. So when the day's structure is set down and the old material floats up, what floats up is very often from the era before the structure existed. That is not a coincidence. It is a matter of depth. The oldest things are underneath everything else, and when the weight comes off, the underneath is what rises. There is something else about these fragments, and you may have noticed it without naming it. They tend to carry a feeling that does not match their size. A carpet pattern has no business producing anything, and yet a small ache arrives with it, or a warmth, or something wordless that sits between the two, and it is out of all proportion to a carpet. That disproportion is the interesting part. It means the fragment is carrying something. It is not the carpet that is loaded. The carpet is the handle. Jung would not have rushed to decode it, That was never really his method, whatever the popular version says. He would have been more likely to let it stay, to let it be present, to treat it as something that had come a long way and might have more to say later. So I will end tonight's stretch there and leave you with almost nothing to do. When the small thing arrives, and it may arrive in a few minutes, you do not have to interpret it. You do not have to decide what it means about your childhood. You do not have to make anything of it at all. You only have to let it stay a moment before it goes. That is the whole of it. Let the hallway be there. Let the light through the frosted glass be there. Let the face of the man from the corner shop be there, without a name, without a purpose. Something in you kept those. For 50 years, through everything else, through every version of yourself you have been since, something kept a coat cupboard and the sound of a gate. That is not a system malfunctioning. That is a house with more rooms in it than you were using, and you do not have to go into any of them tonight. You can just lie here in the dark with nothing required, while the small, unimportant things come up one at a time, and stay a moment and go. Chapter 31. Zurich, and a man for whom everything was working. We have been talking in the abstract for a long while now, and abstractions are good for sleep. But there is a story underneath all of this, and I think it is time to tell it. It is the story of the man who gave us the word. Carl Jung was born in Switzerland in 1875, and by his early 30s he was, by any measure anyone would have used at the time, a success. Let me lay out the shape of that success slowly, because the shape matters. He was a physician at the Burg-Holzli, the psychiatric hospital attached to the university in Zurich. This was not a small provincial post. The Burg-Holzli was one of the most serious psychiatric institutions in Europe, and Jung was not merely employed there. He did research there that made his name. He worked on word association experiments, timing the small hesitations in a person's replies, and demonstrating that those hesitations clustered around material the person was not fully conscious of. That work was published, read, and taken seriously abroad. He lectured at the university. He had a growing private practice. He had married into considerable comfort. He had children. He was building on the shore of the lake at Kusnacht a house that still stands, a solid, handsome house of the sort a man builds when he expects the rest of his life to have a shape he can predict. And he had something rarer than any of that. He had been singled out. Sigmund Freud in Vienna had noticed him. Their correspondence began around 1906, and by 1907 Jung had travelled to Vienna to meet him. The two men talked, by Jung's own later account, for many hours at that first meeting. Freud came to regard Jung as the most important of his followers, and made no secret of it. Jung became the first president of the International Psychoanalytical Association in 1910. He was, in the plainest language available, the designated heir. Now, hold that picture in your mind, because everything I am going to tell you afterward depends on it. Here is a man in his middle 30s, respected physician, university lecturer, published researcher, husband, father, householder, the chosen successor of the most talked-about thinker in Europe. Someone who could walk into a room in Zurich or Vienna or Boston and be exactly who he was expected to be, fluently, without strain. His persona was not failing. I want to say that again because it is the whole reason this story is worth 4 hours of anyone's night. His persona was not failing. It was working. It was working beautifully. It was, by any external test, one of the best constructed public faces in European medicine at that moment. Everything he had built for the world to see was load-bearing, admired, and structurally sound. That is what makes him useful to us. Because if the story were about a man whose life had visibly collapsed, we could keep it at a distance. We could say, well, that is a story about failure, and my life has not failed, so this does not concern me. That is the comfortable reading, and it is available for most cautionary tales, which is why most cautionary tales change nobody. This one does not offer that exit. The trouble that came to Jung did not arrive because his mask was inadequate. It arrived, as far as anyone can tell, partly because it was so good. He had built a public man who could carry an enormous amount, and so an enormous amount got loaded onto him, and the parts of Jung that had no place in that public man had been standing quietly in the next room for some years by then. We talked many chapters ago about the hand that is shaped by the tool it grips every day. By his mid-30s, Jung's hand was shaped very precisely indeed. Doctor, scientist, lieutenant of a movement. Each of those roles is honorable. Each of them also comes with a long list of things a person holding it is not allowed to say out loud. He was not unhappy, as far as we can tell. He was not in crisis. There was no visible crack. The house was going up on the lake shore. The papers were being written. The correspondence with Vienna was warm and constant and full of the future. And within a few years, all of it would come apart at once. Not the outward things. Those stayed. That is the strange part, and we will come to it. For tonight, just hold the man at the height of it. 35 years old, in a good coat, walking beside the lake in Zurich, in a life that fits. Nothing is wrong. Sleep on that, if you like. The rest can wait. Chapter 32. The break with Freud. I am going to tell you about the break between Jung and Freud, and I am going to try to tell it without taking a side, which is harder than it sounds. Because almost nobody who has ever told this story has managed it. There are 2 standard versions. In one, Freud is a rigid patriarch who could not tolerate a student thinking for himself. In the other, Jung is a wayward disciple who drifted off into mysticism and abandoned a rigorous science. Both versions are told with great confidence. Both, I suspect, are mostly about the person telling them. So let me just give you what is documented, quietly, and let it sit. The friendship began around 1906 and 1907, and was, for several years, close. They corresponded heavily. They traveled together to America in 1909, both invited to lecture at Clark University in Massachusetts. Freud advanced Jung's position within the psychoanalytic movement, and Jung's involvement gave the movement something it badly needed, which was standing outside Vienna and outside the small circle it had started in. The disagreement, in its simplest form, was about the libido. Freud understood the fundamental drive as sexual. Jung came to believe it was broader than that, a more general psychic energy, of which sexuality was one expression among others. That sounds like a technical quarrel between specialists. It was not, or not only. Jung published a book in 1912 in German on the transformations and symbols of the libido. It drew heavily on myth and religious material, and it set out a view of psychic energy that was not Freud's. Jung understood, while writing it, that publishing it would cost him. He said afterward that he knew what it would mean for the friendship, and he wrote it anyway. By 1913, the personal relationship was over. Jung resigned as editor of the movement's yearbook, and in 1914 he resigned the presidency of the International Psychoanalytical Association and left the association entirely. Now, let us be careful about what that cost. It was not simply the loss of a friend, although it was that, and by every account it was a severe loss on both sides. It was the loss of a position in the world. Understand what Jung was giving up. He was giving up being the successor. He was giving up the movement, the circle, the correspondence, the institutional role, the shared project. He had been, at 37, one of the 2 or 3 most visible figures in the new psychology. After the break, he was a man in Zurich with a private practice and a set of ideas that had not yet been worked out, and no organization behind him at all. He also lost, at least for a while, his teaching. He gave up his lectureship at the university in 1914, and here is the part that belongs to our subject. A very large piece of Jung's persona had been made of that association, Freud's man in Zurich, the scientific heir, the one who would carry it forward. That was not a costume he put on for parties. It was a load-bearing element of who he was understood to be, in his profession, in his correspondence, and probably in the private arithmetic he did about his own life. When it went, it did not go quietly, and it did not go partially. He was in his late 30s. He had a wife and children and a large new house. He had a reputation that had been built on a foundation that was no longer there, and he had chosen this. Nobody had done it to him. I want to resist making that heroic. It is possible to make this into a story about a brave man following the truth wherever it led, and there is something in that, but it flattens what actually happened. He had also been ambitious. He had also been wounded. He had also, in the correspondence, been at moments sharp and at moments evasive, as people are in the ending of anything that mattered. 2 men who had needed each other stopped being able to need each other. That is all. It happens in laboratories and in families and in marriages, and it is rarely as clean as either party later reports. What matters for us is only this. By 1913, the public face Jung had spent a decade building was, in one of its main supports, simply gone, and the year that followed was not a quiet one. Chapter 33. The years of disturbance. What happened to Jung between roughly 1913 and 1919 is the most discussed period of his life, and I want to handle it gently, because you are lying down in the dark and I have no interest in unsettling you. So let me start with the ending, so that nothing that follows can worry you. He came through it. He worked afterward for more than 40 years. He wrote most of what he is known for after this. He died in 1961, in his 80s, at home. Now I can tell you the middle. Beginning around 1913, Jung entered a long period of intense inner disturbance. He later called it his confrontation with the unconscious. That is, his framing, arrived at years afterward. At the time it did not have a name and it did not have a shape. What he reported, looking back, was this. He began to experience images and inner scenes with unusual force. Not gently and not on request. They arrived. Some were vivid enough that he had difficulty holding them at a distance. He described a sustained state of disorientation in this period, a sense of the ordinary ground of his mind having become unreliable. And he was frightened. I want to sit on that word rather than dress it up. This was not a serene inward journey undertaken by a calm man for the purposes of research. He wrote later, quite plainly, of fearing that he might be losing his mind. He had spent his professional life in a psychiatric hospital. He knew exactly what psychosis looked like from the outside, in detail, in other people, on wards. So when the material began arriving, he had, unlike almost anyone else it could have happened to, a very precise vocabulary for the worst possible interpretation of his own state. That is a hard position to be in. Most people who are frightened by their own mind are frightened vaguely. He was frightened specifically. Now here is the part of this chapter that I actually want you to take with you. And if you drift off before the end, it is fine, because I will say it now. He kept working. Through those years, he continued to see his patients. He continued to earn. He continued to be a husband and a father in a household that depended on him. The disturbance was not visible to the world as a collapse, because outwardly the arrangements of his life went on. Think about what that means for our subject. His inner life had come apart. His outer life had not. The persona held. The doctor still saw patients in the afternoon. The householders still came to dinner. From the street, from the practice, from anywhere outside the man himself, there was very little to see. That is the thing about a well-built persona. It does not fall when the inside falls. It goes on standing, like the front wall of a building. There has been a long argument running for a century about what to call what happened to him. Some have called it a breakdown. Some have called it a creative illness. Some have used harder clinical words. I am not going to adjudicate that, because I cannot, and because I do not think the label is what is useful here. What is useful is the structure of it. A man whose outer life was intact and whose adaptation to the world was excellent went through 6 years of severe inner disturbance alone, while continuing to perform all of his functions. He did one unusual thing in it, and it is the reason we know any of this. He did not only endure the material, he recorded it. He wrote it down as it came, in journals, in ordinary black notebooks first. He drew what he saw. He treated the whole thing as something to be attended to rather than only survived. Whether that was wisdom or whether it was a doctor's habit of taking notes on a case, we cannot know. Probably both. People rarely have only one reason. Those notebooks are the next chapter. But not tonight, necessarily. There is no hurry at all. Let your breathing get slower. Nothing here needs deciding. Chapter 34. The book he did not publish. The notebooks became a book. And the book is one of the strangest objects in the history of the subject. Jung worked over the material from those years and transferred it into a large volume bound in red leather. He wrote it out in a deliberate calligraphic hand in the manner of a medieval manuscript, and he illuminated it. He painted images into it, mandalas, figures, landscapes. It is a made object. Somebody spent an enormous amount of time on it, by hand, page after page, over years. Its title, written on it, is Liber Novus, the new book. Almost nobody calls it that. It is known as the Red Book, and this is the fact worth staying with tonight. He did not publish it. Not in the 1920s, when he was building his independent reputation. Not in the 1930s or 40s. Not in the 1950s, when he was internationally famous and could have published almost anything he liked. Not before his death in 1961. It was not published until 2009, nearly 50 years after he died and almost a century after the material was first written down. Consider the shape of that. One of the most influential psychologists of the 20th century, a man who wrote enormously and lectured constantly and gave interviews, whose collected works run to 20 volumes, had, sitting in his private keeping, a large illuminated book that contained the record of the most disturbing years of his life, and he showed it to almost nobody. Some people close to him knew of it. Some saw parts, but it was not a work he offered to the world. Why not? We can be honest about the fact that we do not fully know, and then we can lay out what is reasonable to say. The plainest reason is professional. Jung was, after the break with Freud, a man rebuilding a reputation without an institution behind him. He was arguing for a psychology that people were already inclined to call unscientific. The Red Book is not a scientific document. It is a record of visionary material written in a heightened voice with paintings. To publish it would have been to hand every critic he had exactly the weapon they were reaching for. There is also a simpler reason, which does not require any strategy at all. It was private. Some things a person makes are not made for an audience. He appears to have gone back to it over years. He appears to have stopped active work on it eventually and left it unfinished. It stayed in his possession and then in his family's, and for decades his heirs did not release it. Now let me connect this to what we have been circling for 33 chapters. Jung is the man who gave us the word persona. He is the one who described the face turned toward the world, and the danger of a person coming to believe that face is all of them. And in his own life, he did something quite exact. He built a public body of work, careful, argued, professional, addressed to colleagues and to the century. And he kept separately, in a locked and private form, the record that the public work grew out of. He did not tear the mask off. He did not go to the world and say, "Here is everything, judge me." He kept a room the world was not admitted to, and he kept it his whole life, and he did not confuse the two. I am not going to tell you what to do with that. This is not a lesson, and I promised you no moralizing. It is only a fact with an interesting shape. The most famous investigator of the mask had a secret notebook. He was not a hypocrite for having it. That is the reading a shallower person reaches for, and it does not survive contact with the material. It is closer to say that he had worked out more thoroughly than most that a private life is not the same thing as a false one. There is something restful in that, I think, if you let it be restful. You are also allowed a room nobody enters. It does not make the rest of you a lie. Chapter 35. Philemon. Among the figures that appeared in the material of those years, one has become better known than the others, and his name was Philemon. Let me be careful here, because this is the point where accounts of Jung go badly wrong in both directions. Some tell it as though a spirit visited a Swiss doctor. Others tell it with an embarrassed cough, as though it were a symptom to be excused. Neither is what Jung reported. So, only what he reported. Philemon was a figure who appeared in Jung's inner material during that period. Jung described him as an old man with a beard, with the horns of a bull and the wings of a kingfisher. He appeared first in a dream, and afterward in the fantasies Jung worked with and recorded. He is painted in the Red Book. Jung wrote that he held conversations with this figure. Here is the part that matters, and it is a psychological observation rather than a metaphysical claim. Jung reported that Philemon said things Jung had not thought. That the figure appeared to possess a knowledge and a point of view that were not Jung's own, and that Jung could not account for as his own opinions dressed up. He described it as the experience of talking with someone else. He wrote that Philemon taught him something about the objectivity of the psyche, the recognition that there are things in the mind that are produced by the mind, and yet are not the same as the conscious I and do not obey it. That is the whole of the claim, and it is a smaller and more careful claim than it is usually reported to be. Now, why did he take it seriously rather than dismissing it? Remember who he was. A psychiatrist at a major hospital who had spent years listening to people describe voices and figures. He had every professional incentive to file this under pathology, note it, and move on. That was the respectable response, and it was available to him at all times. He did not do that, and I think on the evidence for two reasons. The first is that his own research had already pointed this way. The word association work at the Burgholzli had shown him that there are structures in a person's mind operating with their own consistency, outside conscious control, that reveal themselves in hesitation and slip and disturbance. He called these complexes. He had measured them with a stopwatch. A figure who knew things the conscious mind did not was not, to him, an impossible finding. It was a vivid instance of something he had already found in a laboratory. The second reason is more practical. Dismissing it did not work. If you tell yourself that a persistent inner figure is nothing and it goes on appearing, you have gained nothing and lost your only method of investigating it. Jung took the position, roughly, that you may as well treat what appears as though it has something to say and find out what it says. That is not credulity. It is closer to a working procedure. And now let me bring this back to the mask, because it does come back. For years, Jung's conscious position in the world had been extremely well defined. Doctor, scientist, Freud's man. That definition had necessarily excluded a great deal. All the material of myth, of religion, of the visionary, of the parts of his family history that involved his father's difficult faith and his mother's strangeness, had no place at all inside the professional man he had built. And then, in the years after that professional identity broke, a figure arrived who spoke in exactly the register the professional man had spent a decade excluding. I am not going to tell you that Philemon was the excluded material coming back. Jung himself resisted tidy reductions of that kind, and it would be a neater sentence than the facts support. I will only put the two things next to each other and leave them there. A man built a face for the world that had no room for a certain kind of knowing, and when the face came apart, something arrived that knew things he did not. Make of that what you like, or nothing. It is late, and this is a story, not an argument. Chapter 36. The Tower at Bollingen. There is one more thing Jung built, and it is the one I want to leave you with tonight, because it is made of stone and it is easy to hold in your mind as you drift. In 1922, he bought a piece of land at Bollingen, on the upper part of Lake Zurich, in a quiet place away from the town. In 1923, he began to build on it. He began with a round tower. He did not commission a villa. He built something closer to a primitive dwelling in stone, and over the following decades he added to it another structure, a courtyard, a further tower. He worked on it across roughly 35 years, in stages, with long gaps, and he did a great deal of the stonework himself. That detail is not decoration. Jung genuinely worked stone. He cut it, he carved into it, he handled it. There is a carved stone at Bollingen that he made. This is a man in his 50s and 60s and 70s, one of the most cited thinkers alive, spending his days at the edge of a lake with tools in his hands, cutting rock. There was no electricity at Bollingen for most of its life. He chopped wood, he drew water, he cooked. The place demanded physical work simply to be inhabited, and he chose that. Now think about what a building like that is. Everywhere else in his life, Jung arrived somewhere and something was expected of him. In Zurich, he was the doctor and the analyst, and patients arrived with their need. At the lectern, he was the authority, and the room came to hear a man who knew. In correspondence, he was the founder of a school, and every letter carried the weight of the position. At Kusnacht, he was the husband, the father, the head of a large household with all the ordinary demands that entails. Every one of those is a place with a role waiting in it. You walk in the door and the role is already standing there, and you put it on because that is what the room is for. Bollingen had nothing waiting in it. Nobody at Bollingen needed him to be insightful. The stone did not care whether he was right about the libido. Splitting wood does not respond differently depending on your professional standing. Water carried from the lake weighs the same for a famous man as for anyone. He built himself a place where his persona had no function, not a place where he tore it off dramatically. Nothing dramatic happened at Bollingen. He cooked, he cut stone, he sat, he wrote sometimes. He was alone or with a very few people. He built a door, and a place on the other side of the door where the coat could hang. We said many hours ago that the question is not whether you wear a mask, everyone wears one. The question is whether you know where the door is and whether the coat still comes off when you get there. The man who framed that question for the century did not answer it with a technique or an exercise. He answered it by buying land and building a stone tower with his own hands and going there for 35 years. And I notice, and I offer this quietly, that he needed a whole building, not an hour, not a habit, not a resolution to be more authentic. A structure in a specific place that took decades of physical labor and that had to be got to and that could not be brought with him. There may be something honest in that. It suggests that the thing is harder than advice, and that a man who understood it as well as anyone did not trust himself to do it without a building to do it in. You do not have a tower. Almost nobody does. But you might have somewhere. A room, a bench, a road you walk, a chair by a window early, some place where nothing is expected of you and nobody has arrived needing anything. If you have one, it is worth more than it looks. And if you are lying in the dark now, with the day put down and nobody asking anything of you at all, then for the moment you are already in it. Nothing is expected here. Rest a while. Chapter 37. The Morning and the Afternoon. Jung wrote an essay called The Stages of Life. It is not long. It is one of the few pieces of his that a person can read once and carry for 30 years. In it, he compares a human life to the course of the sun across a day. The sun rises, it climbs. Everything it touches gets brighter, and the climbing itself is the whole business of the morning. There is no question at 10 in the morning about what the sun is meant to be doing. It is meant to be going up. Then, somewhere near the middle, without any announcement, the direction changes. Nothing dramatic happens at that moment. The light does not dim. The sun does not falter. It is simply, from that point on, going the other way, and it will keep going that way for exactly as long as it spent climbing. Jung's point was not poetic. It was practical and slightly severe. He said, "The afternoon of life cannot be lived according to the program of the morning," and he said it as a warning, because he had watched a great many people try. Consider what the morning of a life actually asks of you. It asks you to build, to establish yourself, to acquire a skill, and then a position, and then a reputation, to find work, find a partner, find a house, Find a place in a group of people who will recognize you when you walk in, to become someone. That is the honest phrase for it. The first half of life is the project of becoming someone in the eyes of the world, and the persona is the instrument for exactly that work. This is the part I want you to hear clearly, because it changes how the rest of tonight sits. Everything the persona does is correct in the morning. Presenting well is correct. Being predictable is correct. Suppressing the parts of you that would confuse an employer or alarm a new family is correct. Learning to hold a face while your interior does something else is not a betrayal at 25. It is a skill, and the people who never learn it struggle badly. Jung was not sentimental about this. He did not think the young should be encouraged to wander around being their unfiltered selves. He thought the young had a job to do, and the job required equipment, and the persona was the equipment. So if you built one, you built the right thing. Hold that for a moment. If some part of you has been quietly convicting itself for the last 30 chapters of having been false, of having wasted years performing, let that go. You were doing the work of the morning. You did it well. That is why it lasted. The trouble is not that you built it. The trouble is the hour. Because the afternoon does not want the same things. It does not ask you to establish yourself. You are established. It does not ask you to become someone. You already are someone, quite firmly, and the firmness is beginning to be the issue. The afternoon asks something else, and it asks it much more quietly, which is why so many people do not hear it for years. Jung's observation was that nature prepares us elaborately for the morning and prepares us for the afternoon not at all. There are schools for the first half, apprenticeships, qualifications, whole institutions built to shape a young person into someone employable and marriageable and legible. For the second half, there is nothing, no curriculum, no ceremony that marks the turn, not even a common word for it that is not faintly insulting. So people do the only reasonable thing. They keep running the morning's instructions harder because the instructions worked once and because there is nothing else written down. Notice that this is not stupidity, it is loyalty. You are being loyal to the thing that got you here. A man who climbed by being reliable will, at 55, respond to unease by becoming more reliable. A woman who built her life on being needed will respond to the emptying house by finding more people to need her. The response is the strategy. There is no other strategy on the shelf, and for a while it holds. That is what the next chapter is about. Not the failure of the strategy, which would be obvious and therefore easy, the slow, invisible way it stops paying while still appearing to work. The sun is going down. The light is still perfectly good. Chapter 38. Why the old program stops working. Here is what it looks like from the inside. Nothing is wrong. That is the first and most confusing feature of it. You have not lost anything. You are competent. People still rely on you. Your calendar is full, and the things in it are things you agreed to. And yet the returns have changed. There was a period, 20 or 30 years ago, when an achievement landed somewhere. You got the job, and something in your chest actually moved. You bought the house and stood in the empty rooms and felt the size of it. Now the same events arrive and pass through. You finish something considerable. There is a small flatness where the satisfaction used to be, and it lasts about a day, and then you are looking for the next thing, not out of ambition exactly, but because the looking is what you do. Jung would say the program is still running. It has simply stopped being the right program for the hour. Think about it in terms of what an achievement is actually for. In the morning, an achievement builds something. It adds a room to the structure. Each one increases your standing, your security, your legibility to the world. There is a real accumulation happening, and you can feel it happening. By the afternoon, the structure is built. Another achievement does not add a room, it repairs the same wall you repaired last year. The work is real, the effort is real, and the building does not get larger. That is why more stops paying. Not because you have become jaded, because the thing you are doing was never designed to keep paying past a certain point, and nobody mentioned the point. Now, what does this feel like from the inside? It feels like personal failure. That is the cruel arrangement. A man in his 50s who feels this does not think the season has changed. He thinks, I have lost my edge. He thinks, I used to enjoy this and I no longer do, and something must have gone wrong with me. He looks at the same office, the same drive home, the same competence, and concludes that the fault is in his character. So he does what a person of good character does. He tries harder. He takes on more. He starts earlier. He is aware that this is not working and interprets that awareness as evidence that he is not yet trying hard enough. Or the other version, which is quieter. He does not try harder. He simply keeps going. At the same speed, with a low grey feeling that he does not examine, and describes himself as fine. He is not depressed in any way a doctor would name. He is functioning. He is just no longer particularly present in his own days. Both of these are the same thing. Both are the morning's answer applied to an afternoon problem. There is a detail here worth pausing on. The program does not fail loudly, and it does not fail everywhere at once. It usually keeps working perfectly in the domain where it was built. The excellent doctor is still an excellent doctor. The dependable father is still dependable. The failure shows up somewhere off to the side in a room nobody is looking at. It shows up on a Sunday afternoon with nothing scheduled, which used to be a pleasure and is now faintly unbearable. It shows up in the fact that you have not been genuinely curious about anything in some years, and you did not notice the curiosity leaving, because curiosity does not slam a door. It shows up in a conversation with someone you love, where you say the appropriate thing and you hear yourself say it, and it is correct, and it is not connected to you. None of that is failure. Jung's reframing is that it is information. The program is announcing its own obsolescence in the only way it can, which is by ceasing to satisfy. And here is where I want to be careful with you, because this is precisely where the self-help version arrives, with its promises about the second act and its language of reinvention. Jung does not offer that. He does not say, "The afternoon is better than the morning." He does not say, "A wonderful new life is waiting." He says only that the direction has changed, and that continuing to climb when the sun is descending produces a very specific kind of exhaustion. That is the whole of it. Not a rescue, a correction of the map. Which raises the obvious question. If the task is no longer to build, what is it? Jung had an answer, and his answer has been more thoroughly misunderstood than almost anything else he wrote. Chapter 39. Individuation is not self-improvement. The word he used was individuation. It is an unlovely word. It sounds like something from a manual, but he chose it deliberately, and part of what he was doing was building a fence around an idea he could see people were going to misread. Individuation, he said, means becoming the particular person you actually are. That is the whole definition. Read it again, slowly, and notice what is not in it. There is nothing about becoming better, nothing about potential or optimization or the best version of yourself, nothing about growth in the sense the word is used now. Becoming the particular person you actually are. Particular, that is, the load-bearing word. Let me draw the distinction properly, because it matters more than anything else in this section. Self-improvement measures you against a standard outside yourself. There is a better version, and it exists somewhere ahead of you, and the work is closing the distance. More disciplined, more productive, calmer, fitter, more successful than last year. Every one of those is a comparison, and the comparison is always to a general ideal that anyone could aim at. Individuation is not that shape at all. There is no ideal ahead of you. There is only the specific, awkward, unrepeatable arrangement of qualities you happen to be, most of which you did not choose, some of which are not admirable, and a fair number of which you have spent decades filing down because they did not fit the persona. The work is not improvement. The work is inclusion. And here is the part that people find genuinely disappointing when they encounter it honestly. Individuation frequently makes a person less impressive. Consider what the excluded parts usually are. They are not glamorous hidden talents. That is the fantasy version, where the accountant discovers he is secretly a painter of great gifts. The real excluded material is more ordinary and more embarrassing than that. It is a mediocre interest in something useless, a sentimentality you have always found faintly shameful, a slowness that your working life had no room for, an opinion that is not sophisticated, a need for company you have always presented as being fine without. Letting those back in does not sharpen you. It makes you a bit vaguer, a bit more ordinary, a bit less of the crisp, coherent, admirable figure the persona had assembled. Jung was clear that this is not the same as individualism, and he was firm about the difference because he did not want his idea confused with a fashionable one. Individualism is the assertion of the self against the collective. It is a peculiarity displayed. It says, "I am different," and it needs an audience to be different in front of. Individuation is not a display and does not require an audience. Much of it is invisible, A person can be deep into it and appear from the outside to have changed almost nothing about their life. They have the same job, the same house, the same face at the same meetings. What has changed is the relationship between the person and all of it. There is also a piece of this that undercuts the whole self-help framing, which is that individuation is not something you complete. There is no finished, individuated person walking around somewhere. Jung treated it as a direction, not a destination, and he was suspicious of people who believed they had arrived. So when you hear the word strip out everything that sounds like a scent, you are not climbing toward a better self. There is no better self up there. The material was always down here in the parts you set aside at 9 years old because they cooled the room, and in the parts you set aside at 30 because they did not serve the career. Becoming particular means becoming, slowly and without much ceremony, the whole strange assortment rather than the presentable selection. Which brings us to the practical question. If the persona was the selection, and the selection was too narrow, what do you actually do with the mask? Jung's answer is not what most people assume. Chapter 40. Keeping the mask, changing the grip. He did not say, take it off. I want to state that plainly, because the entire popular version of Jung runs the other way, and the popular version is not only wrong, it is the version that hurts people. Jung's proposal was that the aim is not to abolish the persona, the aim is to stop being identified with it. Those are completely different operations. One removes a thing, the other changes your relationship to a thing you keep. Go back to the coat by the door. A coat is not a moral problem. You want a good coat. In certain weather, you would be foolish to be without one. Nobody has ever achieved anything by walking into a January morning declaring that coats are inauthentic. The question was never whether you wear it. The question was whether you can find the hook. To be identified with a persona means the coat has no hook, because the coat is not experienced as a coat, it is experienced as skin. You cannot hang up something you believe is your body. To be unidentified does not mean the coat is gone. It means you can feel the weight of it on your shoulders. It means that when you put it on in the morning, there is a small moment, half a second, in which you are aware of putting it on. That half second is the entire change. Let me make it concrete, because this is where it can become abstract and useless. You are on the phone. Something in your voice shifts as you answer. A slight lift, a professional warmth. Identified, you do not notice, because there is nothing to notice. It is simply how you talk. Unidentified, you hear it happen. You still do it. You do not stop mid-sentence and announce that you have been performing. You just hear it. Or you are in a room where you are the steady one. Someone brings a problem and the steadiness comes on, smoothly, the way a light comes on. Identified, you are the steadiness. Unidentified, you are a person watching the steadiness deploy, using it, glad of it, and quietly aware that it is not the whole of what is happening in you at that moment. Nothing visible has changed. That is worth emphasizing, because the thing most people fear here is disruption. They imagine that noticing the mask obliges them to do something about it in front of others. It does not. Nobody in the room needs to be told. What changes is that there is now a small distance between you and the performance, and in that distance you can breathe. Jung's language for what occupies that distance is the self, and we will not get into that tonight because it is a large idea, and this is not the hour for large ideas. It is enough to say that he thought a person needs a center somewhere other than the mask, and that the mask cannot become that center no matter how well built it is. There is something almost gentle about this proposal when you sit with it. It does not ask you to dismantle a working life. It does not require a confession or a resignation letter or a difficult conversation with anyone. It does not ask you to be more honest at work, which in many workplaces would simply be unwise. It asks for recognition. That is all. The steady one is a role you play, and you play it well, and it has served people who needed it, and it is not the extent of you. You can hold both of those at once. Most people assume you cannot, and that is why they think the only options are total identification or total collapse. There is a third thing, and it is quiet, and it does not photograph well. You wear the coat. You know it is a coat. Now, having said that, I have to say the other half, because Jung said the other half too, and leaving it out would be dishonest. Some people hearing all this decide to move quickly, and moving quickly here is the one genuinely dangerous thing in the whole subject. Chapter 41. The danger of taking it off too fast. Jung gave a warning about this, and it is one of the more sober things in his work. Dismantling a persona without anything ready to take its place is not liberation. It is a kind of exposure, and he had seen the results. Think about what the persona has actually been doing all these years, beyond the performance. It has been organizing you. It has been deciding thousands of times a day without consulting you what to say and what to hold, when to speak and when to wait, what matters and what can be let go. It is the reason you can walk into a difficult room and function. It is scaffolding, and it is load-bearing, and you built it over 40 years. Take it away in a weekend, and you have not become free. You have removed the structure that was holding a considerable weight, and the weight does not disappear because the structure did. You have probably watched a version of this happen to someone. A man in his late 50s who was solid for 30 years, and then something opens, and within a few months everything is on the ground. The job, the marriage, the house. And the language he uses is the language of awakening. He says he was never really living. He says he is finally being honest. Some of what he says is true. That is what makes it hard to watch. The old arrangement really was too narrow. Something really did need to change. But what has happened is not the change he thinks it is. He has swapped one persona for another and done it in a hurry, and the new one is thinner and has no track record. It calls itself the authentic self, and it wears the confidence of a thing that has never been tested. Jung's point was that the persona is a compromise with reality, and reality does not withdraw its demands because you have had an insight. The bills continue, the people who depend on you continue. A person who tears down the compromise still has to meet the demands, and now has nothing to meet them with. There is also the plain matter of what floods in. Everything the persona was keeping at a manageable distance arrives at once, not in the manageable increments of a life, but all together. Old grief, old anger that had a reason 40 years ago and has been waiting, the full weight of what was set aside. That is not a breakthrough. Jung was blunt about it. A person in that state is not more themselves. They are less able to be anyone at all. So how do you tell the difference between a considered loosening and a collapse? A few honest markers, and I offer them as description rather than instruction. A loosening is slow enough to be boring. It does not have a date. There is no moment where you announce anything. If you tried to explain it to a friend, you would find you did not have much to say. A collapse has velocity. It comes with a story, and the story is dramatic, and it recruits people. It usually requires other people to be recast as obstacles. It has the quality of an escape rather than an inclusion. A loosening tends to add. Something small comes back that had been gone, and the rest of the life continues around it. A collapse subtracts. It removes people, commitments, structures, and calls the removal honesty. And here is the reassuring part, which I will state without decorating it. You are almost certainly not at risk of the fast version. People who are at risk of it are not lying still in the dark listening to a long, careful explanation. The very fact that you are approaching this slowly in the least dramatic hour of the day is itself the right pace. Nothing tonight requires action. Nothing next week does either, which leaves the question of how anything changes at all, if not by decision and not by breakthrough. It changes in small returns, and they are so small that most people miss them. Chapter 42. Small returns. Here is what it actually looks like when a set-aside part comes back. It does not announce itself. There is no clarity, no morning where you wake up knowing something. Jung's descriptions of this process are notably undramatic, and the people who have lived it tend to describe it in the same flat way, as if slightly embarrassed by how little there is to report. It starts as an inconvenience. An old interest turns up, and it is not a calling. It is more like a mild nagging about something you used to do, which is not useful, which you cannot justify, and which you feel faintly foolish about. You buy a cheap set of paints. They sit in the cupboard for 4 months. That is part of it too. Or the guitar comes out from behind the wardrobe and you are extremely bad at it, and the badness is genuinely uncomfortable because you have spent 30 years being competent at things, and you had forgotten what it is like to be a beginner in your own house. You play for 11 minutes. You put it back. That is the whole event. It looks like nothing. But notice what actually happened. For 11 minutes, you did something that produced no value, impressed nobody, and served no role. The persona had no use for it. It came from somewhere else. The returns come in that size. Not in projects, in moments that are almost too small to mention. Another version. You say one true sentence to one person, not a confession, not the big conversation you have imagined and dreaded, just a small correction to the record, offered once in an ordinary tone when it would have been easier to give the usual answer. Someone asks how you are, and you say you are tired, not as a complaint and not with a story attached, just the accurate word, and then you carry on with the rest of the sentence. Or someone thanks you for handling something, and instead of the defection you have used for 20 years, you say that it was quite hard, actually. 4 words. Then the conversation moves on, and nobody remarks on it. You may find afterwards that you feel slightly exposed for an hour or so. That is normal. It is what happens when something that has been kept behind the mask is briefly allowed in front of it. The feeling passes and leaves the fact behind. And a third one, which is my favorite because it is the least impressive of all, being slightly less useful on a Saturday. Not abandoning anything, not declaring a new policy about your weekends, just not being, for one afternoon, the person who is available. The list does not get done. You sit somewhere for longer than the task required. Someone asks what you are up to, and the honest answer is nothing much. If you are identified with a useful persona, this is surprisingly difficult. And the difficulty is the information. The discomfort you feel at being unproductive for 2 hours is the exact measure of how much of you is currently load-bearing. Now, I want to be careful here because everything I have just described could be read as a list of things to do, and it is not one. None of this works when done as a technique. If you take up the guitar in order to individuate, the persona has simply annexed the guitar, and now there is a new role, the man who is doing his inner work, which is often the most airless persona of all. The returns come on their own. They are not summoned. What can change is only whether you notice them and whether you allow them a little room when they arrive. That is a smaller claim than you were probably hoping for. But consider the shape of it. 40 years of narrowing does not reverse in an evening, and anything that promised it would be lying to you. What does happen is that things start coming back at the same rate they left, slowly, in fragments, in ways that are hard to point at. A window opening slightly is not the same as a door being thrown open, but a room with a window slightly open is a different room. The air moves in it. You would not be able to prove this to anyone, and after a while you notice you can breathe more easily in there. That is the honest scale of it. Nothing tonight has to be decided. Nothing has to be taken up or put down. You can lie exactly as you are and let all of this settle wherever it settles. The parts that went into the next room have been there a long time. They are patient. They have waited this long, and they can wait a little more. Chapter 43. The people who will not like it. There is something that has to be said before the night gets any quieter, and it is best said plainly without alarm. If any of this ever settles into you, some people around you will feel it, and not all of them will be pleased. That is not a warning, it is just weather. Think about what a long persona actually does in a family, or in an office, or in a friendship of 30 years. It does not only cover you, it also holds a shape that other people have leaned against. If you have been the steady one, someone in your life has arranged their own weight around your steadiness. They did not do it cynically. They probably did not do it consciously at all. They simply found something solid and put part of themselves down on it, the way anyone would. So when the solid thing moves, even slightly, they feel the floor tilt. And the first thing a person does when the floor tilts is not to think. It is to reach for the thing that used to be steady and ask it to be steady again. That is what the resistance actually is. It is almost never malice. You may hear it as a joke that lands a little hard. You are not yourself lately. Someone says it lightly, and there is something underneath the lightness. You may hear it as concern. Are you all right? Is something wrong? Should you see somebody? You may hear it as an accusation dressed as history. You never used to be like this. Notice how much of that is genuine. Notice that a person who says you have changed is usually telling the truth as they experience it. Something has changed. They are reporting accurately. What they cannot see is that the thing which changed was a compromise, and that they were living downstream of it. Jung was clear that the persona is not built alone. It is worked out between a person and the world, which means the world is a party to it. The world has an interest in the arrangement continuing. So when the arrangement shifts, the world does not simply stand aside and applaud. Why would it? Nobody signed up to have the terms revised. Here is the part that matters, and it is the reason I am saying any of this at low volume rather than as a caution. They are not villains. The wife who preferred the man who never mentioned being tired is not a jailer. She met someone who did not mention it, and she loved him, and she built a life on the person she actually met. The colleague who counts on you to absorb things is not exploiting you. He learned over years that things put down near you get handled, and he believed that was who you were, because that is what you showed him. Everyone involved was working with the information available. There is no one to be angry with here, and if anger arrives anyway, it is worth knowing that it is usually aimed at the wrong target. The target it wants is a decision made decades ago by someone who was doing their best with very little. So what happens in practice? Usually less than you fear. That is the honest answer. Most of the time the shift is so small from the outside that only 2 or 3 people notice at all. A little less performance in the evenings. A slightly longer pause before agreeing to something. A sentence that would once have been smoothed over, left slightly unsmoothed. Some people adjust without ever naming it. They find their own footing, and the friendship reforms around a slightly different shape, and nobody discusses it. Some people do not adjust. That is real, and it does happen, and it is a genuine loss. And I am not going to tell you it is not, but it is worth noticing what those relationships were resting on. A friendship that requires you to keep holding an expression is not a friendship with you, it is a friendship with the expression. That is a hard sentence, so let it sit there without you having to do anything with it. You are not obliged to test any of this. Not tonight, not ever. It is simply worth knowing before you sleep that if the room ever tilts a little, the people who reach out to steady it are not your enemies. They are just people who liked the floor the way it was. Chapter 44. What does not need dismantling? Now let me take something off you, because the last chapter may have put a little weight on. Almost none of this is being taken away. That needs saying clearly, because there is a version of this conversation that leaves people feeling that everything they built is suspect, that every kindness was a performance, that every steady hour was a lie. That is not what Jung meant, and it is not true, and it would be a poor thing to leave with you at this hour. The persona is a compromise with the world. Jung treated it as necessary, not a regrettable necessity, the way a person calls a tax necessary. Necessary the way a door is necessary in a house you actually want to live in. So consider what is in there, and how much of it is fine. Your manners are fine. The way you say thank you to someone who has served you food. The way you let an older person go first without making anything of it. The way you soften your voice on the phone with someone who sounds anxious. None of that is falseness. That is a person who learned how to be around other people and learned it well. Your competence is fine. The 30 years of knowing what to do, the way your hands know a task, the steadiness in a difficult room, which is a real skill, and a rarer one than people think, that was not stolen from you. That is yours. You built it. Your reliability is fine. If you have been the person who shows up, you have been the person who shows up. That is not a mask. Masks do not get out of bed at 5 a.m. in February. Something in you actually did that over and over for years, and it does not become less real because it started as a duty. And here is the one I want to leave with you longest. Some of what began as performance became real along the way. That happens far more often than the cynical account allows. You practice a kindness because it is expected, and you practice it for 20 years, and somewhere in the middle of those 20 years, it stops being a thing you do and becomes a thing you are. The patience you faked at 30 is not fake at 60. It got in. Jung wrote about individuation as becoming the particular person you actually are. Not a stranger, not a replacement. The particular one, that word is doing quiet work. It suggests something specific and already present being arrived at rather than something distant being obtained, which means the destination is not somewhere else. It is not a different man in a different life. Nothing in this whole long night has asked you to become anyone. There is no version of this where you wake up and have to be less polite. No version where the good habits go. No version where you owe anybody a scene. What is actually at stake is much smaller and much less dramatic than the word transformation suggests. It is only the question of whether you can put the coat down at the end of the day. The coat is a good coat. It has kept a lot of weather off you. It has kept weather off other people too. Nobody is asking you to burn it. So if any part of you tonight has been quietly bracing, expecting to be told that the whole structure has to come down, you can let that go now. The structure stays. The manners stay. The competence stays. The reliability stays. The kindness that was rehearsed until it turned real stays, and it stays real. All that is being suggested, and suggested very gently at low volume in the dark, is that there is a door somewhere in that house, and that you are allowed to know where it is. That is all. Nothing is being taken from you tonight. Chapter 45. Late honesty. There is a kind of honesty that only shows up in the second half of a life, and it does not sound like the first kind at all. Jung wrote about the stages of life, and about how the morning and the afternoon are not governed by the same program. What the morning is for is not what the afternoon is for. He thought a great deal of trouble came from carrying the morning's rules into the afternoon and wondering why they no longer fit. You can hear the difference in how people tell the truth at different ages. Early honesty is loud. It has to be. When you are 25 and you say a true thing, you say it with force, because you are not sure it will be received, and the force is there to make sure it lands. Early honesty argues. It wants agreement. It wants the other person to say, yes, that is right, and it is not really finished until they do. Late honesty does not do any of that. Late honesty is slower. It arrives after a pause that the younger version would have filled with talking. It is quieter because it has stopped needing volume to survive. And here is the strange part. It is much less interested in being understood. You may have seen this in older men if you have spent time around them. A man of 70 will say something absolutely true, and say it once, in an ordinary voice, in the middle of a conversation about something else. He will not repeat it. He will not check your face to see if it registered. If you missed it, he will let you miss it. That is not resignation. It is something closer to economy. He has said true things before and watched them go nowhere. He has learned that a truth said twice does not become truer, it only becomes an argument. So he says it once, correctly, and lets it go into the room, and whether the room takes it is no longer his business. That is what it sounds like when the persona is still in use, but no longer running the whole show. Notice what is not happening in that scene. He is not confessing. He is not unburdening himself. He has not decided to finally be real at you. He is simply not spending energy on management that he used to spend without noticing. There is a particular sentence that comes out of men in that mode, and it is usually short. That was harder than I let on. I did not know what I was doing then. I was not happy for a long time. Said flatly, said once, often while doing something else with the hands. And if you were listening, you would understand that you have just been handed something. And if you were not listening, nothing was lost, because the saying of it was not for you. It was just true, and it got said, and that was sufficient. There is a lightness in that which is hard to explain to a younger person. It is what happens when a man stops needing his account of himself to be ratified. For most of a working life, honesty is expensive. It has to be timed. It has to be positioned. There is a cost to saying the wrong true thing in the wrong room, and you learn to calculate that cost so quickly that you stop noticing you are calculating. Late honesty is what happens when the calculation gets cheaper. Fewer people to manage, less career left to protect, less at stake in being thought well of by people who were never going to think about you much anyway. The mask does not come off, it just gets held more loosely. And a loosely held mask is a very different object from one that has been pressed on for 40 years. You may already be doing this without having a name for it. Some sentence you said this year that you would not have said at 40. Something you did not bother to defend. Some moment where you let a misunderstanding stand, because correcting it was not worth the fuel. That is the beginning of it. Nothing dramatic happened. You simply stopped spending on something. It is very quiet, that shift. Most people never notice it happening in themselves. Chapter 46. The face under the face. So what is actually under there? This is the question the whole night has been circling, and I want to answer it honestly, which means answering it in a way that may be slightly disappointing. There is a story that gets told about this. It says that beneath the mask there is a hidden self, radiant and enormous, kept in a locked room. It says that the real you is more impressive than the one who has been going to work. It says that if the mask ever came off, you would meet someone extraordinary. That is not what is under there. It is a very appealing story, and it sells a lot of things, and it is not true, and the untruth of it is actually good news, so stay with me for a moment. What is under there is much more ordinary. It is someone tired, not exhausted, not broken, just genuinely tired, in the way a person is tired after doing something for a very long time without much complaint. It is someone who is not particularly impressive and never needed to be. Someone who liked a few specific things and did not get to spend much time on them. Someone who found certain kinds of company easy and most kinds effortful. Someone who was moved by things that would sound small if you listed them out loud. That is it. That is the whole of it. And here is the part that matters most. He is not angry. This is the fear underneath the fear, and it is worth naming while the room is dark and nobody is looking at you. The reason a person does not go looking is not that they think there is nothing there. It is that they suspect there is something there that has been waiting a very long time, and that it will be furious when found. Decades of being set aside, decades of the other one getting the floor. You would expect resentment. But that is not what people report. That is not what shows up in the consulting room, and it is not what shows up at 3 a.m. either. What shows up is much gentler than that. It is closer to how a dog behaves when you come home late. There is no accounting, there is no speech about the hours. There is just an unreasonable amount of gladness that you are back. The parts of a person that were set down early do not appear to keep records. They just wait. And when you turn toward them, even briefly, even accidentally, even for 4 minutes in a parked car with the engine off, what comes is not a reckoning. It is recognition, which is a quieter and stranger feeling than most people expect and often takes a moment to identify because it does not announce itself. You do not think, here is my authentic self. Nothing that clean happens. What happens is that you notice you have stopped arranging your face, and that you did not decide to stop, and that the room feels slightly larger than it did. That is the whole event. Jung's word for the long process was individuation, and he described it as becoming the particular person one actually is. Not more than that. He was not promising anyone a magnificence. The particular person, specific, limited, actual, which means what is waiting is not a better man than the one wearing the mask. It is the same man with less arrangement. Tired, ordinary, fond of a few things, not angry with you. He has been there the entire time, in the next room, the whole 40 years, and he has not been keeping score. There is nothing to reconcile. There is no conversation you have to have. He is not waiting for an apology. He is just there, and he has always been there, and he does not mind the wait. Chapter 47. Nothing is required of you now. We are nearly at the end. Not the end of anything important, just the end of the talking. Nothing that has been said tonight requires anything from you. There is no part to remember, no idea to hold. If it has all gone, that is fine. It was never meant to be carried. You do not have to decide anything about your life. Not tonight. The day is finished now. Whatever it contained, it is behind you, and it is not asking for anything else. Let it be behind you. Notice, if you like, where your body is touching the bed. Not to change it, just to notice. The weight of your legs, your shoulders, which have probably been holding something all day and which are allowed to stop now, your jaw, your hands. The dark in the room is doing its work. It is taking things away from your eyes so there is less to attend to. Let it take them. Nobody is watching you now. That is the simplest thing that can be said about the persona at the end of a long night. It is for other people, and there is nobody here. So there is nothing to arrange, nothing to present, no expression that needs holding. Your face can be exactly as tired as it is. There is nothing to be steady for, just breathing, which is happening without you. Notice that it does not need your help. It has been doing this the whole time you were listening. It did it while you were at work. It will do it all night. You can let it get slower, or you can leave it alone entirely. Leaving it alone is easier. There is nothing left to understand. The ideas are done. They will still be there tomorrow, or they will not, and neither of those matters at all. You are not late for anything. There is nothing on the other side of tonight that needs you awake for it now. Let the sentences get further apart. Let my voice become a sound rather than a meaning. That is all it needs to be from here. You are allowed to stop listening. Chapter 48. Sleep now. We are done. Nothing more will be asked. The mask is off, or it is not, and either way the night is the same night, and it will hold you just as well. You do not have to be anyone until morning. And in the morning you will put something on again, and that is fine, that is what it is for, that is what it has always been for. But not now. Now there is only the dark, and the weight of you in the bed, and the breath going in and out on its own. Let your thoughts go where they want, do not follow them. Let the room be quiet. Let me get quieter too. There is nothing left in this, no last idea, no final thought to take with you. Just the sound of a voice getting further away, which is what happens at the end of a long day, when someone stays with you until you are almost gone and then stops talking. Rest now. Let go of the day. Sleep now.